his tops. He is a winner on home turf.
5-1 dart, and he takes it.
Hello and welcome to the grand finals of the ADC Global Championship, your final fling of 2024 here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel, live on Pluto TV. The players on the amateur dart circuit have been working all year towards trying to lift this trophy and pocket the £25,000 first prize. And all week, Scott Mitchell has been here describing the action. In fact, for the last couple of weeks, it's been a fantastic start to this event, hasn't it? What a first event it's been. Absolutely, and what a brilliant idea for an event, a global event for amateur dart players. You know, we all know the guys that are on the TV as regulars, but this really offers a super opportunity for those that are not quite there yet. We will see some of them progress on, I'm sure, from here, but the ADC have come up with a great idea, and I think the players are going to warm to it. Well, let's just take you through the lineup for this afternoon's action. We'll have the quarters, semis and final all played here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth today. And these are the seedings. So Devon Peterson, #1 seed, having won here last night with a higher average than the week one winner, Adam Lipscombe. Andy Boulton, 3rd seed. Marvin van Velzen, 4th, the two runners-up. And then Daryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks, Charlie Martin and Shane Hayward, all semi-finalists making it through. Look, we've had Devon and Adam win, but it's not been about winning in contrast to a normal Super Series week here at the ADC Global Championship. It's been about getting through, and we saw that some of the players that were semi-finalists actually played really, really well. Yeah, very much so, and we're a little bit unlucky, either not being in the position of having the darts. It's a unique way here. We don't bull up until the finals, so yeah, that can make a big impact on a game. And if you've got a player that's holding their throw really well, then they have a big advantage in either the semis or whatever. So, yeah, I think sometimes you can look at those semis and, yeah, as a player you can work out that maybe it didn't go the second drawn player's way. Well, let's just remind you all what happened on week one of this 2-week tournament. And this is the results from the finals night of week one. James Richardson, well, he had a bit of a night to forget, losing 4-0 in both his group games. We also lost Sebastian Białecki. Bradley Brooks and Daryl Pilgrim went out as a semi-finalist but make it through. Andy Boulton as runner-up, and Adam Lipscombe, who all that week, Scott, I just have this memory of him constantly looking at the trophy that's between us right now, using that as motivation, and he got that first win on the Portsmouth stage in front of the home crowd. Yeah, you know, huge for him, being a local lad, you know, playing in the most local TV spot that he can play. The pressure is then on him because of that, but he's now released all that pressure by coming up here and finally winning. And he did an interview saying pretty much as the same thing just after. And yeah, Bosh, Adam Lipscombe. And he'll have that audience again here today, so that must be a little bit of an edge for him, surely. Yeah, it can be. It can be a big help when you're playing well. But if you're not quite doing it and they go a bit quiet for you, it can be a hindrance. And but look, it is what it is. It's all about the big prize today, and kind of averages and thoughts like that go out the window. You just got to get yourself in the right mental state to go up there and keep doing the job. Well, let's hear from Adam Lipscombe now. He spoke to us about his darting journey.
So I started playing when I was 18. I played to about 23. But I was doing like the youth development tour back then, and then I couldn't play anymore. I just give up because it wasn't like nothing to dart. It was just pressure, and it just sort of got too much in the end. I give up for 5 years, I think. What made you come back? Watching the World Championships. See Nathan Aspinall, Ross Smith. They all played in the youth tour when I was younger, and I was like, oh, got my darts back off my dad, and then just got back into it. And then 9 months later, I was playing there. I've won one qualifier. Got back on Modus, and that week I won that as my first time I went to a Saturday night. So that's sort of like give it a bit, and then it seems everything I ever do with it is good. And I won the bout as well, and then also being included in this. I didn't really know anything about the globals, and then went on the off chance to a competition and walked away to win it, and then I'm involved, and now I'm into the grand final. So I've worried so much about trying to win one, and then when you do it, it's just like, oh, it's sort of like, I don't know, it's like, I don't know. It took a few days, and we watched it all back. the next day, and then it sort of sunk in then. And so it's the biggest comp I've been involved in, and yeah, it's massive for me, yeah. Last Saturday I was like, playing the first game, went 2-0 down to Seb, 3-0 down. I looked around, my sister went, like pointed at the trophy, I was like, I haven't actually looked at it tonight. And then, boom, just kicked in, it all started going. I was like, oh, that's probably all I needed then, just like see my sister and that, like, saying like, come on. And I was like, oh yeah. And it just all started clicking together, yeah.
Yeah, the local lad, the Pompey player, Adam Lipscombe, won week one. Andy Boulton through as runner-up, Daryl Pilgrim and Bradley Brooks through as beaten semi-finalists. And let's start with Andy Boulton now, having already heard from Adam. He's been such a stalwart, particularly on this stage. He's going to be dangerous today, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's been around, so he's done the whole... There's no fast track for Andy. He's got all the experience. He's been around, gained the experience, and I think he's as good now as he's ever been because of that experience. The things that used to worry him don't seem to worry him anymore, and he seems to have taken to this like a duck to water as well. The whole system, the format, the place he loves playing here. So yeah, he's in with a big shout today.
And already lifted an ADC trophy on that stage as well. He won the ADC Winmore Tour Championship here, so that should serve him well.
There's nothing better as being a champion anyway and going back to where you won something so big in your darting career. It feels homely. It feels like a safe place for you to play darts, and that's what he feels about this live lounge.
Yeah, he's an excellent player, is Andy Boulton. We've seen him have success not just in this ADC tournament, but he's also had trophies in his hand at the Super Series as well. Fantastic stuff. We'll see that juicy wiggle, I'm sure, if he wins a few legs today. But let's talk more about the other players. Daryl Pilgrim, he's actually got the highest average of anybody, and he's got a ceiling. Well, you've seen firsthand from the commentary box what he can produce. Yeah,
absolutely. As part of the Super Series setup, he holds many records here. And he's another one that really loves this place. You know, 2023 was a breakthrough year for Daryl. And he hasn't started the year as quickly in 2024, but he's certainly ending it quickly. And he's right up there in the running without doubt.
How will he be feeling coming into today, having not really had the same success this year as he perhaps had last year? But he's here, isn't he? And he's got a chance to end the year with a trophy in his hand and £25,000 in his pocket.
I'm not 100% sure how he's feeling, but if I was in his position, I would be quite happy that I'm where I am. That the attention would be slightly off of you now. Nobody's putting that sort of favourite bracket on your back and go and play your game and show the people that you are the best player in the room. So he can try and come from as an underdog position today if he thinks like that.
Yeah, just completing his practice starts on the stage. Some players like to go up and have a throw and get used to it before the action starts. Bradley Brooks did that as well, and he showed some really good stuff, didn't he, in qualifying for these finals?
He did. He was kind of the one that, for me, was the most consistent right up until his semi-final. And I don't think it wasn't him being consistent. I think it was him slightly being outplayed by Andy in that one, but we know he's got the experience. For one so young, he's played on the Dev Tour, on the Challenge Tour. He's done everything. He's had a tour card. And look at that average. So we know he likes playing up there, and we know he likes to throw. So, again, he's one that's going to be feeling very confident indeed going into this.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. 109 average. Daryl Pilgrim seems to find himself on the end of plenty of those when he plays well himself. And we did catch up with Bradley Brooks talking about the ADC.
First year off tour, how important has the ADC been in terms of building your game back up?
Yeah, 100%. I could say I came Modus the first time since I lost my card. I was very poor. I wasn't enjoying darts. I wasn't playing well. I think we had interviews where I said I was just enjoying darts again, and literally winning one of the ADC tours kept me on enjoying it again, and I've loved playing it, and my confidence has been back ever since. So,
good fortnight here wouldn't be a bad way to end the year, would it?
I think I'm not happy with the. I like winning stuff, and I don't think I've won as much as I wanted to this year, but to end it on a high would be lovely.
Well, let's just dig down into the stats then from that first week here. It seems a long time ago now, but there you can see Lipscombe got the win of the week, but didn't get any ton plus averages, had the lowest average of the four players. I think the one, though, that stands out for me, there's a checkout percentage of Andy Boulton, 58%. What leaps off the page for you, Scott?
Yeah, that very checkout percentage for Boulton. If he comes anywhere near that, you know that he's going to be hitting nearly every second dart on the double, and that's going to win you legs. for me, Adam did what he needed to do to get through, so I don't think he'll be too worried about his average being the lowest of the 4. But yeah, I think all 4 of those from week 1 really feel that they're in with a good shout at this trophy.
Well, the action is getting closer, but we will review week 2 when you rejoin us after this short break. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2 run turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 a game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Yeah, the quarterfinals getting underway very, very shortly indeed. Now, before the break, we took you through week 1. Week 2 culminated last night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it belonged to one man.
One at tops. That is a 2-1 lead for Devon Peterson. It's win what has been an absolute classic of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Nicely done.
Peterson.
Oh, that's delightful. For a rout. And a morale-boosting win. Double 14. The back-to-back top plus finishes for Devon Peterson.
It's the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen. It's the African warrior, Devon Peterson.
See, Marvin shakes his head. It's the first reaction we've seen.
Top 5 for one dart, and he takes it. We question where the African warrior Devon Peterson was when he came into this room this week. He's just shown us where his game is at this particular moment. We know where the dance moves are. They've always been there, Devon. He takes this one.
Yeah, Devon Peterson danced to victory on the Week 2 finals night last night here in Portsmouth. A fantastic 4-0 win in the semis over Charlie Martin. Marvin van Velzen, he's looking to do the double, isn't he? Win the Super Series and the ADC Global Championship. But let's start with Devon, Scott, because last time he was here, he was playing pretty well. He's upped it again and got a win on that stage. Are we seeing a real resurgence from the African warrior?
Yeah, I spoke to him after the final, obviously, last night, and this week is the first time he's been thrown without pain. He hasn't been practicing lots coming in. That showed probably on Thursday. He really was missing doubles that he shouldn't have been missing. But as the games have gone on and the pressure has ramped, he started hitting those doubles. So, yeah, his double stats aren't up there where they should be. But last night they more than were. So he's peaking at the right time.
Well, the ADC is all about opportunities, and Devon's certainly been taking his. First of all, he was a replacement in the original South African qualifier. Couldn't get a visa to get here, unfortunately. Devon stepped in as the next eligible player, able to play from that region. And not only has he grabbed that opportunity, he's grabbed opportunities like these we're seeing here in these matches, big finishes to win them.
Yeah, I felt for Charlie Martin because he actually walked into him 3-ton plus finishes from Devon on the trot, and he had to go into that final last night, never been so confident in his life because, you know, when you come off of a game where everything goes so right, you don't want the day to end.
Well, Devon did win the week, but it wasn't all about winning. The semi-finalists, all 4 of them going through. So Marvin van Velzen as runner-up, joining Peterson. Charlie Martin and Shane Hayward also in the lineup today. Marvin van Velzen, just referenced it before, he's already had that taste. He's been in a position where he's been at this venue on a Saturday night playing for £25,000 and he won it. How much could that experience help him today?
I think any experience that you had coming into here, you've got to dig deep and try and remember it. There won't be many bigger darting moments in your life than today. So you've got to dig deep and try and remember the good times and leave the less positive times behind.
What have you made of him this week, Marvin van Velzen?
I think that he's been really, really solid. I've known Marvin since he was a youth player and come through the system in Holland. And what has impressed me this week, he used to be get a little bit stroppy when things were going wrong, and he hasn't done any of that for the last 3 months, and it's made him a 10 times better player.
Right, well, we've heard about him. Let's hear from him. Henry caught up with Marvin van Velzen earlier.
Marvin, here we are. Another big day for yourself here at the Modus Live Lounge. The ADC Global Championship Grand Finals. How much looking forward to it?
Yeah, very looking forward. The goal was reaching first to this Sunday, and then we will see.
Playing the second week, do you think that actually gives you a little bit of an advantage because you've played last night and you feel match sharp, match ready, and you've got reps under your belt? Yeah,
I think so. I'm ready to play, and but the other ones are fresh, so it could be two sides of the draw. But feeling well. For me, it's advantage that I played the whole week already.
In terms of 2024, it's been such a good year for yourself. Could you envisage that things would go as well as it has done?
Yeah, it's incredible. On last year's on December, I said, I play development tour, and if it don't work out, it don't work out. Mm-hmm. And now, I ended up 16th and played an amazing Modus Super Series year.
Well, from Marvin to Martin, Charlie Martin, he's been an excellent sort of ambassador for the ADC, the run that he's had. We saw him at that tour finals as well. What did you make of him? Because he had some Some tense games, didn't he, this week? Particularly one to make sure he qualified against Adam Mould.
He's been on the bad side of a couple of 4-3s and been a little bit unlucky. But I was really impressed with him in this game against Adam Mould. Everything was on it. When everything in your mind is telling you that you can't win this game, it's a difficult one to win, he overcome all those demons, Charlie, and I was really impressed with him that game.
What type of player do you think he is? What do you think he will bring to the party today?
Well, I think for the position that he's been in all week, he's been playing under loads and loads of pressure. Today is probably the first time we're seeing him with a bit of freedom. The games are a little bit longer, and I think we'll see a more natural, free-flowing Charlie. But I do know that in 2025, he has a wedding coming up and a honeymoon to pay for. So today will depend whether he's going to Pontins on his honeymoon or the Maldives.
No better motivation than that, I'm sure. Shane Hayward, the player we haven't spoke about yet. Again, a player emerged at the Super Series for the ADC qualifiers. He's got himself to the Global Championships. He's then got himself to the Grand Finals. This could be a real fairy tale story for him, couldn't it?
Look, Shane is one of those that has been out of the game for a while, came back, qualified for this, then had a few weeks off where he had no games or anything to play. So on Thursday, looked very rusty and very not match fit. But as we've gone through Thursday, end of Thursday, he started finding his mojo. Friday, he was good and made it. And then yesterday, he was just a tad unlucky. But yeah, he's now found his match game, and he knows what he's got to produce today to win his match.
Yeah, plenty of big finishers from Shane Hayward this week as well, as we've just seen. I do want to talk for a moment about Adam Mould, who didn't make it, of course, won that Group A earlier in the week, and he had this opportunity. Yeah, it wasn't at the point to definitely qualify, but he missed this, and it was kind of done for when Shane stepped in and taken it. So he, again, is one of those players who has really dedicated himself to the ADC, and it's small margins that change matches, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. At 4-1, you would have looked at him saying that he's going through, but it's harsh to pick up on one dart for poor Adam. You know, he did so much good this week. To harbour on the one negative, which was that dart at double, would be pretty harsh on him.
Right, let's show you what's coming up then this afternoon. Coming up very, very shortly, the quarterfinals are going to get underway with the number 1 seed, Devon Peterson, taking on Shane Hayward. Now, these quarterfinals are best of 11, and the format is going to increase throughout this session. So a slight difference to what you used to maybe seeing on the Super Series live shows. So this ADC Global Championship taking on its own identity today. Marvin van Velzen against Daryl Pilgrim, the second quarterfinal, before Lipscombe faces Martin, and then Boulton goes up against Brooks. We'll show you the draw bracket as well, so you can see the potential routes to the final. The same half of the draw: Peterson, Hayward, Van Velzen and Pilgrim. Lipscombe, the number 2 seed, Charlie Martin, Boulton and Brooks on the other side. So Scott, you're tasked with a tough question. Who do you think are most likely to navigate their way through and play in the final?
You really have asked a question there. I mean, difficult one to answer. You would say that Andy Boulton's going to be there and thereabouts because of his average and his doubling stats. You would say that Devon's going to be there because of the confidence of winning last night. So probably they're the 2 favourites, but the rest will enjoy not being the favourite. So then we could see the best game from them. So I don't really think anybody's out of this. I want to see the first few games, see how everybody's played in their quarterfinals, and then I can probably have more of a prediction of who I think is going to win it.
Well, let's see what the bookies think then. These are the outright odds for the first ever ADC Global Championship Grand Final. Devon Peterson, after that performance last night, has been made favourite. Marvin van Velzen second. Then Daryl Pilgrim and Andy Boulton both at 5-1. They've gone with Shane Hayward and then Charlie Martin as the outsiders. But you don't think anyone's out of it, Scott, so you must be seeing a bit of value there.
I see a bit of value in all of them, I think. I've got to be honest. I think Bradley Brooks at 7-1 is more than value. And but yeah, the bookies don't usually get it wrong, but I'm not sure I agree with 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah, well, if you are going to have a bet, please do gamble responsibly. Gambleaware.org, and it is, of course, 18+. Right, the action is about to get underway very, very shortly. The first quarterfinal is going to take place after the break. We will see you back in a moment.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another factor. It's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
So the crowd have assembled here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the first ever grand finals of the ADC Global Championship. Devon Peterson against Shane Hayward is the opening match, and getting the players to the stage is the MC and referee, ADC ref Simon Rimington.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the ADC Global Championship Finals. Will you please welcome onto the stage your number 1 seed, the African warrior, Devon Peterson, and the number 8 seed, the diver, Shane Hayward.
Let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. I'm on 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor.
So Devon Peterson on the stage after winning on it last night. The South African ace, who was once at the peak of the pile in PDC darts, was really playing some good stuff a few years ago. He takes on Shane Hayward, the Welshman who has progressed through the ADC ranks to get to these finals and get to this grand finals. Peterson's played some really good stuff. He's been made the favourite and he's just getting his practice darts going here. And guiding you through every single match today, Scott Mitchell has headed to commentary where he joins Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, everybody. And so this is it. 12 months worth of work all comes down to this. A super Sunday of darts at the Modus Live Lounge, where by the end of the day, somebody will be crowned the inaugural ADC Global Champion. £25,000 at stake for the winner and a place in the darting history books. 2 players from 2 continents go toe-to-toe in our opening game, and 2 players whose careers couldn't be more contrasting, but meet on an equal footing in a quest to be the best on the south coast of England. Shane Hayward, the 49-year-old from Wrexham, won a qualifier to get here, whilst Devon Peterson has the continent of Africa on his shoulders. He could become the first ever player to win a tournament with world, global or international in its title from his continent. Simon Rimington is our referee for this quarter-final match, and alongside me in the commentary box is a man who knows exactly what it's like to lift the biggest titles in the sport. The 2015 BDO World Champion Scott Mitchell is alongside me for a huge mammoth day of darts here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. As you can see, we've got a packed crowd in
Devon to throw first.
today. They
Game
really are
on.
looking forward and have embraced this whole ADC Global Championship. And now here we are with the final 8. All the Wonga on the line. Who's going to be turning up and taking home that
95.
lovely Christmas present of £25,000? For me, I think you can throw the seedings out the window with this bunch.
58.
Yes, there are more favourable draws. I will give you that. But that's only on what the guys have played like over the last 2 weeks. We're now here in a one-off
55.
knockout situation, which is what they're all more used to over a slightly longer format.
Just another reminder that if you're a regular viewer of the Modus Super Series or been watching
100.
these championships throughout, the format has been best of 7. They are elongated matches today. The quarterfinals played over a best of 11 format. That's first to 6 in old money. The
66.
semi-finals best of 13 and the final best of 17. First to 9 for the title. Well, these two both came through week 2, but actually didn't play last
100.
night. They did have a 1-1 head-to-head record in terms of their Group C meetings. In fact, Shane Hayward is the only player to have beaten Devon
60.
Peterson this week. He won 9 out of 10 in Group C, won every single game on Saturday night. And so, if there's a game against a player which could give the
95.
African Warriors some sense of trepidation, it could be this one against the Welshman.
Yeah, we're not the best at thinking about stuff at times, our start players.
100.
You
Shane,
don't
you
see
require
many of us in Mensa,
148.
but the one thing you will see is we remember head-to-head stats and who got you last, and you really don't want to be losing 2 games on the trot to the same player, no matter what the
96.
tournament or where
Devon,
it
you
is.
require
The fact that it's now at the
125.
Global Championship, it now just makes the stakes that much higher, because even these guys have all
105.
sat on a monetary
Shane, you
figure here in the
require 52.
quarterfinals, and there's a monetary value by getting through to the semi-finals. So it's how you think. Last time they might have been playing for 50 quid.
Game
This
shot
time
the
it's big
first
money,
leg.
and that
Shane
changes the
Hayward.
situation.
So Hayward takes the opening leg.
Second
It's a
leg,
break
Shane
of
to
throw.
throw first.
Now the throw in the
Game on.
quarterfinals and the semi-finals will be determined by seeding. So Devon Peterson, being the #1 seed, has the advantage of throw. However, in the final, there will be a bull-up in the practice room.
95.
And you have to say, Shane Hayward's well worthy of that first leg, because he is,
108.
or was to that point, 10 points higher in the averages than Devon. But because we're so early in the game, that 180 has catapulted the averages.
135.
Here you go. Shane's family with him for this week's adventure. They'll stay in Portsmouth tonight, and then we'll make the trip back up to North Wales tomorrow afternoon. Shane's actually due back at work tomorrow
80.
night, so a good day here. May well ease up his Chris, and who knows, if he wins the 25 grand, it may give him a decision to make
60.
going into 2025. Well, some of the regulars are here too. Who wouldn't want to be here for such a big occasion here at the Modus Live Lounge?
125. Devon, you require
Hayward has gone off to the quickest start. He got the breaking leg 1. He's left himself on 66 after 12. But Peterson looking at the ball for 161.
131. Shane, you
lit the
require
fuse for the
66.
African Warrior.
Oh, his eyes opened up there, didn't they? Adrenaline kicked in and he overpitched that one. Shane gives it a bit of an ooh because he only just hit the 16. He went for the 16 and
46.
nearly hit
Devon, you
the
require
double.
30.
Wouldn't have been a problem if he had. It had just taken him to 24. It would have been a handy miss had he had done it. But it's now Peterson on what can be a sticky double
score.
15 in these situations.
Shane, you require 20.
Well, 4 opportunities at the double have passed Devon Peterson by, and so Hayward looking at double 10
Game
to
shot
double
the
his
second
lead.
leg. Shane Hayward.
And the number 1 seed finds himself 2
Third
legs
leg, it's
down.
Devon to throw first.
Peterson finds himself in a
Game
spot
on.
of bother, but the slightly longer format does give him an extra little bit of wriggle room.
Yeah, there's something to be said for the longer format.
131.
You really can get back into the game. It would can to and fro on moments, whereas that best of 7, somebody pops in and hits a 145 while you're on tops in leg 3. It's very difficult to find
55.
or break the momentum of the player that's done that.
At what point in a best of 11 game will a player feel like they're in trouble?
140.
Yeah, probably sort of like when your opponent gets to 5, if you're on 3, that type of thing. Nothing will trouble you till then.
100.
Well, it's a packed out auditorium here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, as you can see. Still a couple more straggling their way in.
36.
And they come from all quarters. Some have made the trip from up the road. Some have made the trip from the
140.
Netherlands. The Marvin Army are in attendance this afternoon.
And they're sat in exactly the same position they do all the time when Marvin does well
58.
here. They get here early to make sure they get the seats where they want to. Maybe they feel they're lucky seats.
Well, a lot of them are here for the baby boy. We will see Adam Lipscombe a little bit later on. He's the number 2 seed this afternoon.
140.
Peterson
Devon, you require
took out this
136.
136. It was one of 3 ton plus checkouts he took in his semi-final success against Charlie Martin yesterday. He's not going to find it here.
36.
And he could find himself
Shane, you
a
require
couple of breaks
66.
down. Is Shane Hayward finds this 66. He's going to get a dart at tops for 3-0 lead. And Shane
Gates on the
Hayward
third
is halfway
leg.
there.
Shane Hayward.
Devon Peterson bites his flights and he knows he's in a spot of bother
Fourth
now.
leg, it's
The
Shane
number
to
1
throw
seed
first.
is halfway towards an early exit.
Game on.
What was I saying earlier about throwing the averages out the window and everybody could beat everybody in this situation?
43.
Yeah, he looked like maybe he should have been at work. He didn't like being on the
60.
camera there, should he? Has he phoned a sickie this morning?
Don't tell the boss. Well, Shane Hayward's legs are getting better in increments of 1. It was a 17 darter in leg 1, followed by legs of 16 and
55.
15 thereafter, which is telling us that he is incrementally improving in this contest. And Devon Peterson, apart from the 4 darts he
60.
had to win leg 2, hasn't really been able to make any inroads in this contest, averaging just 81.83. Shane Hayward around about the 89 mark right now.
Nine.
Shane, for most of the week, been running in the 86 and 85 region. Has definitely upped his game for
100.
the ADC Global Championship final day.
Well, he's put about 2 points on his annual numbers in this tournament. For the year, he's averaging 82.71. In this tournament, 84.5 is his running average, 39%
94.
in terms of his doubling. For Devon, 90.31, the highest average of the 4 players that came out of week 2, 33% in terms of his doubling. In
121.
actual fact, he's put 10 points on his average for the year. But he's going to have to find something here. He's 3 legs down in this race to 6, but he has made inroads here on the Hayward phone. He is going to get 6
Devon, you require
from this 160 to bring it back to 3-1. Another one of them. Tops.
120.
That would have got the Peterson party started.
$42. Devon, you require 40.
It's been a bit of an off leg for Shane,
Game
and
shot on the
Peterson
fourth
pounces
leg.
to get
Devon
the break back.
Peterson.
3-1 in favour of the African Warrior.
Fifth leg, it's Devon to throw
Yeah,
first.
16 dart
Game
break
on.
there for Devon, and he won't be too bothered about that 3-0 lead now. If he can just hold his own here and go 3-2, we've seen then one of those first turning points in the
43.
game where Devon has been out of it at 3-0. Now he's managed to throw a 16 dart leg together. A nice steady leg. Didn't have to break the bank too much to get the leg. And
97.
if he has a nice holder throw here in 15, that will kick his mojo right off.
Well, Devon Peterson went into this tournament, or went into today, shall I say, as the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win. He was 5-2 prior to a dart being thrown. What was your thoughts on those odds and Devon being the favourite for the day?
Off the back of last night, I can totally see that. And probably off the back of the performance through the group, I can totally see
121.
that. But I think had the groups been the other way and Group 1 been Group 2, we'd be seeing Andy Boulton, and because they're current, they would have been current in the thing in your mind. But
85.
I don't think Devon would have minded being the number 1 seed. I don't. You know, you have to play your way to earn it on this occasion.
140.
And he's working his way back into this contest. Got the break in the previous leg.
30. Devon, you require 97.
As he works his way back into the contest, Shane Hayward's average is just dropping off, and they're starting to meet in the middle.
81.
Well, two things are
Shane,
happening
you
here.
require 149.
One player's got progressively better. One player's just come off the boil a little bit. To re-establish the 3-leg gap. Number 19 doesn't go. And so Peterson will return for double
99.
8 to
Devon, you
reduce
require
a 3-leg
16.
lead back down to 1. Double 4. And Hayward is poised
Game
if there
shot
was
on
a
the
miss,
fifth
but there
leg.
isn't.
Devon Peterson.
Peterson was 3-0 down. He's brought it back to 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Shane to
You
throw
get the sense
first.
that this 6th leg is
Game
a
on.
huge leg. Hayward has the darts, but Peterson now hot on his tail.
$100.
What is the pressure of being the number 1 seed for a tournament like?
It's a massive compliment for a player to be a
44.
number 1 seed at any tournament. And you walk around the back room and everybody's going, oh, you're the number 1 seed, number 1 seed. But the minute you put your toe to that hockey, you have to play your
100.
best game and be the number 1 seed, because that's what you're judged on. And if you don't quite do that, you can come down on yourself really hard during the game.
44.
Devon's going to have to be careful of that. You've got to forget the seedings as soon as you step up on that stage and leave them in a basket on the floor, play, and then pick them back up when you leave. It can be a very
85.
difficult mindset being the number 1 seed, but you would think that Devon is experienced enough to handle it.
Well, he's a man that's always had to
140.
carry a lot on his shoulders. He's spoken about carrying the weight of the continent of Africa on those broad shoulders during this championship and during his career. He was quoted last night
140.
when we spoke to him as to saying, a win for me is a win for Africa.
And that's what he uses to play.
97.
You
Shane,
see
you require
varying
76.
players throughout their dark careers that will play better for their national team than they ever will for themselves, and it's the patriotic pride that's within.
68.
Hayward lets a chance go there, but if you're going to let a chance go, now's the time to do it. Peterson back on 176.
60. Shane, you require 8.
But you're running out of time, Shane. It really has to go now.
To put himself 2 clear and 2 away from the finishing line.
No
but he's
score.
bust the double four and he's allowed Peterson
Devon, you
back
require
in.
116.
And from 3-0 down, he could find himself back level, but needs to find a treble here. Unable to supply the goods, and so Hayward back for double
60.
four
Shane, you require
to
8.
re-establish a cushion in this contest.
It will be the longest leg of the match so far, and how pivotal
James on the
can it
sixth
be?
leg. Shane Hayward.
It's one that you'll be disappointed to have lost it.
7th leg, it's Devon to
In
throw
20
first.
darts.
Game on.
Devon had 18 darts in this leg to turn that one round and just didn't score enough to get there.
40.
Everything about this game has been played in mid-range. 82 and 83 are the
44.
averages at this present moment in time. I suppose there's as well
95.
something else to be said about opening up a show, opening up a competition. I know it's a finals day, but it's the first match of it, and you don't really want to be the first player to leave the practice room before everybody
5.
else has had the opportunity to play.
Yeah, no, it can be difficult. It can be difficult. It's mentally, but once you're into
81.
the game now, you don't kind of remember that. You're into the game. You won't actually remember that it's the first game till you walk on and you've lost it. Not that when you've won it. You remember it and it hurts when you've lost it.
There's a possibility this leg could be a key turning point in
55.
this contest because Shane Hayward has severely come off it here, almost as if he's thinking about what he could possibly do. And Devon Peterson is just beginning to hold it together
40.
a little bit better. It's scrappy, but the African Warrior's getting the better of the exchanges.
Yeah, and being this early in the group, if you can win,
134.
you get more recovery time as well. There's another 3 quarterfinals. You've got more recovery time to compose yourself. Then if you win the first semi-final, you've got more recovery time before the final. So, you know, the top half of the draw, should you be winning your matches, also sees you in a very favourable position as you go through the day.
133. Devon, you require 145.
To bring it back to 4-3, treble 15. He's been scaring these types of shots, hasn't he, all game?
93. Shane, you require 130.
But now he hopes that Hayward hasn't got something big up his sleeve. The 130 doesn't go. Peterson to bring it back to within 1 again.
90.
Looking at 52.
Devon, you require 52.
With Hayward poised on tops to go within a leg if he cannot find.
Game shot.
Last
the
start in
7th
hand,
leg.
and
Devon
Peterson is back to within 1.
8th leg,
Shane
it's
Hayward
to
would have been
throw
hoping in the
first.
background that he was going to
Game
get
on.
a shot. If he did, he would have been on the hill. But he still has the darts here to get himself to within 1 of the finishing line.
89. $120.
That's desperately bad luck. If that would have been in, that would have been something special to open up with and really made Shane Hayward have a think about this.
81.
It feels like Shane Hayward has built up a lead in this contest and he's doing the best he can to protect it instead of attacking
60.
towards the finishing line.
Yeah, and I don't care what scenario you're thinking about. I'm not sure that Shane would have ever thought that he'd have been in a 4-2 position first game on against
140.
Devon, the way that Devon played last night. That would not have been in his thoughts when he went to bed. Not that he'd been defeatist in any way, but it would have been a dream start in his dream.
140.
This exchange is huge. Both players setting up after 9. In the leg that if Hayward wins, he's on the hill. But if Peterson gets, the match is level and it's a best of 3
59.
for a place in the semi-finals. He is the most popular player in the room.
And that is probably the most very poshest 180 card writing I've ever
140.
seen.
Shane, you require 132.
Hayward's unable to take the 1-3-2, and so Peterson is going to come back for 41. He readies himself in the background. He's got a real tangible opportunity here to level this match back up at 4 apiece. He had trailed 3-0. He'd also
41.
found himself 4-2 down in proceedings. But if he can find this double 16, we have a level match, double 8.
Game on the 8th leg. Devon Peterson.
Devon Peterson is back on level terms. And it is a best of 3 from here to determine the first semi-finalist of the inaugural Global Championship. And because of the break that Peterson's accrued there, he has the darts. The advantage he had because of his seeding is back in play.
Yeah, now the fear for a player is you've now got to kick on from here, because sometimes you can get back to 4-4 after trailing like he has, and then everything drops out of your body and you go, I'm back in the game.
43.
Mustn't think like that. You've got to kick on now, because otherwise your opponent will just steamroller you if you think, oh, I'm back in the game. You've now got to go, right,
125.
I've got away with this a little bit. Now it's time to kick on. The momentum's with me. But we are at that point where there could be another momentum swing with the length of games, and this is why I like the longer games.
But also for players like Devon Peterson, it gives them more wiggle room. The better players will benefit from the elongation of the format.
Yeah, they will. But they'll only benefit if they're playing well. If they're not playing well,
Devon, you require 151.
Then they can't wait for it to end.
Double 17. Not to be, but Peterson does have 6 on this point to move in front for the first time in this contest. Remember, he had trailed 3-0 in the early exchanges of this match.
119.
And now, he's left himself on a double after 12 to move in front for the first time and to move himself 1 away from the finishing line.
Short irons into the green. Beautiful there
Devon,
from Devon
32.
Peterson. What's his putting like?
Game shot on the
Pretty
9th
on
leg.
spec.
Devon Peterson.
Putted to the edge of the hole and tapped in.
10th leg, it's Shane to throw first.
14 dart leg, the best one of the match so far.
Well, Peterson's won the last 2 legs in 29 darts. He's making a real spurt towards the line, and it feels like for Shane Hayward,
40.
he's just running out of gas at the end of what has been a long week. The biggest week of his darting career so far. Just to get to this point, I'm sure there's going to be an immense sense of pride, particularly after
60.
the start he made on Thursday. He's still not out of it, but time is running out.
And he knows it, and what a good time to hit a 180.
Second max of the match, 1 apiece in that particular column.
100.
And it gives Hayward that breathing space on throw.
55.
It's been that first start all week, which has been a dream for Devon. And that maximum leads himself first to a finish. And Hayward is straying a few wide.
55. Devon, you require 160.
And he hasn't left himself on a finish. 6 for the match for Devon Peterson. Doesn't have to go for this 161. Won't go for the 161.
81.
For me, I think force a habit, you have to go the route, and then if you do hit the 51, decide where you're going then.
97.
Simple. I think
Devon, you
Devon,
require
it's not
80.
normal to go back up the top. And then he hit a 1.
No score.
Well, he's busted. He's clipped it into the
Shane,
treble,
you
a deflection off the flight
74.
unkind, and so Hayward gets a reprieve he probably didn't expect, or at least not in these circumstances anyway. To take us all the way, he's going to get a dart, a double top. That's too low to be a guide. And he cannot find. And Peterson has to go back to the start.
80.
And now when this happens, he's got to make sure there's big 20. No such mistake this time. A dart to win the match. And he takes it.
And
the
match,
African
Devon
Warrior
Peterson
wins the first quarter-final. 6 legs to 4. And you can see
Those guys have been in that back room for a couple of days together now. You see the camaraderie between them. Big, big moments for the African Warrior. He goes on to the semi-final. Super stuff from him. The big roar shows what the game still means to Devon Peterson. 85.79 for him on the averages. 81.70 for Shane Hayward. But it's a win. They won't worry about the averages. They're still in the big show. We're going to head into a short break. And when we return, we will bring you our second quarter final of Marvin van Velzen taking on Daryl Pilgrim.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where Devon Peterson, the #1 seed, has just become the first semi-finalist. Scott, watching that game in comms, you went 3-0 down there, Devon, but then won 6 out of 7 legs to progress.
I think that was the prime example of the extended format working for Devon. If he was about best of 7 there, 3-0 down, your percentage of odds of getting that back is very low. But at 3, they're only halfway. Shane was only halfway, and Devon managed to get back in the game. Shane was throwing, when we commented in commentary, he was throwing like he was protecting the lead rather than attacking into it. And maybe that's something he'll do next time, but it wasn't to be. Devon got back into the game And once he got to 4-4, it looked like the momentum was with him and there was only one winner.
Yeah, really good stuff from Devon Peterson to do that and then go on and win the match from there. We're just seeing that moment now. And he trailed pretty much all match before this point. But are we showing, you said about the format, he's also someone who's got a lot of experience of this exact format, having been a tour card holder for so long.
Yeah, very much so. And that experience shone through there. You know, he knew the game wasn't over at 3-0. And although that was only a 41 shot to get it back to 4-4, it was extremely vital that he hit that. Shane was sat on 103, and Shane's been doing those things all week. So Devon knows that, and he could not afford for him to come back at the 103.
He's played at the World Championship, Devon Peterson. He's played at many big tournaments, won a European tour, but you could hear his celebrations then. This means something to him, doesn't it? It
means something to him, and when we talked in here, he feels like he's doing it for a nation as well as himself. You know, it's hard enough to find the nerve, to get rid of the nerves to win for yourself, but when you pile a nation's wishes on your shoulders as well, it shows how mentally strong Devon is as a person.
Just a quick word on Shane Hayward, who departs at the quarter-final stage. What an effort to get to today's matchups.
Look, he had a massive effort to get through the qualifiers, beating some big names to even be in the room this week. And I think that he's got to look at this as being a big step forward in his career. You know, he's 49 years old. He wouldn't have played anything bigger than this. And now he knows that he can live it at something like this. And let's hope we see him kick on in 2025.
Right, on to the second match, and of all of the quarterfinals, I think this one really did jump off the page for me. It's Marvin van Velzen against Daryl Pilgrim. This could go either way, couldn't it?
It could well, and you know, the winner could come from this, because when you have a really tough first game, it gets you on it from the start, and whoever wins it can actually stay on it for the rest of the day. And that's why I targeted this one. I think that this one is going to be an absolute ripper.
Daryl Pilgrim's got that incredible ceiling in terms of statistics. He's the best player in the field from what we've seen they can all produce. But Marvin van Velzen's got that experience of winning on a big showpiece event on that stage. Which sort of scales tip? Which way do the scales tip based on those stats?
Yeah, I mean, you would say that Marvin would be the slight favourite, and I'm going to say that because the way that Daryl was finishing his games last week, he was missing doubles that we've never seen before. He was taking 6 darts and 5 darts to get out in legs. He said afterwards that he felt he was a bit tired, and that was on the Thursday. And the Friday he came back and was doing very similar. So he must have been tired both days. Hopefully he's had enough rest. If he then starts getting on point and getting out with 1 or 2 darts, we've got ourselves a hell of a game coming up.
Leaning towards Marvin for this one then. So the winner of it will take on Devon Peterson in the semi-finals, and getting the players onto the stage for this one is legendary referee Paul Hinks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship Finals on Pluto TV. We're now down to our second semi-final. Would you please put your hands together and welcome to the stage. It's the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen, and Mr. P, Daryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, Paul Hinks there going for the approach of building the suspense before this quarter-final between Marvin van Velzen and Daryl Pilgrim. And why wouldn't you? Because this has all the ingredients to be a belter of a battle. The winner now knows that they will take on Devon Peterson in the semis later on this afternoon. And they're both players that have produced fantastic stuff on this stage. Marvin van Velzen, of course, he won a Super Series on this stage. He got here by winning the Benelux Open. He's fantastic in the ADC circuit over in Europe, and he represents them with pride. Daryl Pilgrim has been battling it out at the ADC vaults and other tour events throughout 2024, and the 37-year-old is looking for that sort of showpiece victory. Will it come today? Will he have his hands on the trophy to go with all the incredible stats that he can produce? Let's find out. I'm going to hand you back to our commentary team with Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. This feels big. It smells big, it looks big, and this could be the game of the quarterfinals. Van Velzen against Pilgrim, a heavyweight clash. And before a dart was thrown this afternoon, the bookmakers had these two as the second and third favourite. Van Velzen was 4-1, Pilgrim was 5-1. But interestingly, before a dart was thrown, they had Marvin Van Velzen as an 8-11 favourite, a heavy favourite compared to Daryl Pilgrim,
59.
who was a even money outsider. The Marvin Army in full force and will be in full voice as the afternoon goes on. This feels like the quarterfinal, Scott, of all of them that on paper feels the closest to call.
Yeah, I think so. Like I say, that
98.
The averages tell me that Marvin is the favourite, but I think his average was only higher than Pilgrim's average because he was having big problems on the outer ring on the Thursday and Friday that he qualified. I just don't see him doing that again, and if he starts hitting his doubles, his scoring then becomes stratospheric.
136.
Well, Van Velzen has got off to the quickest start. He's left himself on 136 after 9. He's not going to kickstart with a big tub plus checkout, but he did have 6 on this point to complete the leg. Van Velzen lost in the final last night to Devon Peterson. Daryl Pilgrim, a semi-finalist in the first week of qualification, losing out in a last leg decider to Andy Boulton. He hits the game's first maximum. It could be a max that's in vain because MVV has 2 at tops. Takes his time to set, but he cannot find the double.
24.
Pilgrim's been on the back foot for pretty much the whole leg. But he's first to the double, pinning the 12s to get the break and lead 1-0.
Second leg Daryl through first. Game on.
This is the first meeting between players that have played in different weeks in these quarterfinals. And perhaps the first time we can test the logic of, is it better to be fresh because you played yesterday, or is a little bit of time away a good thing?
I'd rather play my way in, particularly if I was only in Thursday, Friday of the last week. That, 3 days, and had a lot of rest yesterday before the finals last night. So I think the 3 days building up, I would like to have played in that. I did just see Super Ricky Williams in the crowd there, walking through the crowd. Another big darter in the area. Back in the day, he's one of the youth proteges and really was a super player. And it's nice to see him here. I'm sure he's here with Adam Lipscombe.
84.
As a Lipscombe fan, and that's what we're all playing for. And in the ADC Global Championship, somebody will go home
95.
£25,000 the richer for Christmas.
As you can see, it's quite literally standing room only in here. It's quiet now, but if Van Velzen can take out this 126, it'll get a little bit noisy in here. Needs to find a way through. Unable to do so, and so Pilgrim will return for 160 to open up a 2-0 lead in this quarterfinal.
86.
Tops left after 12. But he may not get a go. Pilgrim able to supply the goods with a second treble there. The previous leg saw Pilgrim leave a double after 12 and pin it first dart. Van Velzen is looking for something similar. No mistake. A 13 darter apiece, 1 leg apiece. We expected this quarter-final to be of high quality, and so far, so good.
$58. $58.
Well, Dowell's stats for the week were superb. He came in the Group B in week 1, averaged 94.46 for the 3 days worth of play, 39% on the doubles. And actually, of the 8 players in the field, has the best running stats for the season. 90.71 running average, 38% on the doubles. One thing we know about Dowell is he has a very high
59.
ceiling and he can play to a very high standard, game in, game out. But has the big question mark in regards to Mr. P been the fact that he's such a good player, but he hasn't got that big
93.
tangible title yet?
Yeah, and I think the longer that goes on, the more frustrating it gets for him because he knows how well he's playing. He knows how he's feeling inside about what's going on, and he'll feel that, yeah,
80.
it's probably...
WK 170.
With the stats that he's doing, he'll feel that maybe he's underachieved a little or been a little unlucky.
83. Marvel Car 164.
Is this the first big check out of the day? Another one of them. Would have left the bullseye. So Pilgrim is poised for the third consecutive break of throw at the beginning of this contest. It may just be a poke at the bullseye, but he has got an opportunity
110.
from 87 to lead 2-1, and he may have to take it because Van Velzen should have 2 in hand at tops if this doesn't go. It's the bull. It's bang on cue, and Pilgrim breaks again. 3 legs played, 3 breaks a throw, and Pilgrim's 2-1 to the goods.
Game on.
It's a tremendous contest so far. Both players averaging high in the 90s. 98.3 Van Velzen, 99.5 Pilgrim. The doubling delightful as well. Pilgrim's had 2 pokes at the outer ring, and he's taken both chances. MVV's first max.
Say even Van Velzen supporters are superstitious. They sit in the same place in here
58.
every time they come, and they make sure they're here early to get their lucky seats. Are they going to prove to be lucky today?
30.
Pilgrim's season saw him finish 9th on the Challenge Tour order of merit. He finished 5th
58.
in the ADC Tour rankings. He won event 11 of the ADC Championship Tour Series. Actually beat Adam Lipscombe 5-2, who we're going to see up next against Charlie Martin. Lost in 3 finals on the Challenge Tour in 2024, including each of the first 2 to Richie Burnett and Danny Janssen, respectively. And it looks like he really is finding form towards the latter ends of 2024. He's vocalised it himself
56.
that he feels like he's playing as well now as he did during that real purple patch during the middle of last year.
$100.
But it's Van Velzen here who is looking to get the break back to level up at 2-2. We haven't seen a hold so far in this contest.
138. Marvel 71.
Van Velzen to level then. He's going to get a dart at 18 and now a dart at double top to take the leg.
31.
Once again, the adrenaline takes
68.
over. He's a little high on double.
For a gap. Double 16.
He's
3-1
from the
Pilgrim.
top leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
He is back to the breaker throw-up eventually.
Fifth leg Marvin, you're through
And he
first.
has a two-leg
Game
cushion
on.
in this contest. He's 3 out of 3 on the doubles as well so far.
100. $95.
Is it at this point of the contest, if you're Dow, you're thinking, I've got a 2-leg gap, first to 6. This is the time to really make a march.
180.
Although it looks like Marvin's going to make life very difficult for him.
Early days in the game, and it's vital now that Van Velzen holds his throw here. Cannot afford to go 4-1 down.
That was partner watching on nervously.
140.
But she'll be happy with the performance that her partner's put in so far. Average in excess of a ton. 3-1 to the good. And if he can pin this 1-2-6,
59.
he'll have a 3-leg gap. And he'd only need 2 more to cross the finishing line. Does not like the lie of dart 1. Cannot find a way through.
98. Marvin Dakar, 119.
Leaves himself for a double after 12 again. They watch on nervously. They feel like this could be a key turning point. If he can find this, he's back in the match. But failing to do so means that Pilgrim could open up a 3-leg lead.
Getting shown the 5th leg.
And that is exactly what he does. 4 from 4 on the doubles.
6-leg Daryl to throw first. Game on.
I did say at the start of the game, if he starts hitting his doubles on point, then Marvin would have a few problems, and that's exactly what has happened.
100.
1 from 4 for Van Velzen, 4 from 4 for Pilgrim, and that's been the difference in the match.
58.
Marvin had 1 71 shot and missed it, and he had a couple at tops on a 54 and missed.
180.
3 13 darters in this match, a 15 and a 17. The standard is very good indeed.
180.
6th max of the contest. Scrap that, make it 7. What a match this is. Pilgrim's left himself on 41 after 9 to go 5-1 to the good and 1 away. Van Velzen tries to G up the crowd, tries to get some noise from the Marvin Army.
135.
They enjoyed it all the same, the interaction with the crowd. I love the fact that he's 4-1 down and still enjoying himself.
25.
Well, those are the first 2
Marvin
darts that
Dakar,
Daryl Pilgrim
128.
has missed at a double. For legs of 11 and 12, Van Velzen needs treble 20 here to have given him a poke at the bullseye. And so he has to stand in the background as Daryl
16.
Pilgrim approaches the oche, looking at double 8 for a 5-1 lead. That's awkward. Because his darts stand up, he has to move across and then find and move on to 5 and to head on the hill.
7th leg Marvin to throw first. Game on.
Marvin Van Velzen is not doing a great deal wrong here. He's running a 97.38 average
60.
to Pilgrim's 101. It's just been that finishing in the early doors here that has made the difference in the match.
96.
Enabled Pilgrim to get in front. And he's taken off for the finish line like a racehorse.
81.
Well, for Marvin, this would be a disappointing end to what has been such a good year, a breakthrough year for the Dutchman. Picking up the Modus Super Series title in Series 8 in this very building.
60.
Beat Jimmy van Schie in the final 4-3 to become the first ever Dutch player to win the title. He did qualify for this by winning the Benelux Open in
100.
October, beat Bradley Roos 6-4 in the final. He also beat Mike van Dijvenbode en route to picking up that particular trophy.
60.
I think we can go as far as say as 2024 has been a breakthrough year for Marvin van Velzen, and things look very good for him in 2025, that's for sure, if he can keep this up. Yeah, it's not quite going well right for him here in this match. But one rainy
56.
day doesn't make a winter.
Well, he's guaranteed $2,500 in terms of prize money, just for getting to this stage.
134.
Losers get $2,500. Semi-finalists get 5. The runner-up 10,000, and the overall champion will pocket 25k.
60. Daluka 151.
Well, this is for a place in the semi-finals. This will be some way to do it. Double 18 would have
80.
given himself a dart at tops.
Daluka 144.
Van Velzen unable to take out the 144. He's had an
82.
incredible 2024 in this building,
71.
but it may well come to an end here because Darryl Pilgrim is looking at 71 to book his passage into the semi-finals. But he's gone inside on the double 16.
55.
And he's allowed Van Velzen one more
62.
opportunity to save this contest.
$46.
And it's just not been Van
16.
Velzen's day on the outer ring.
Double 8. And now double 4. Twos never lose.
14.
But the
Manuka,
pressure
16.
of the moment has got to pat Darryl Pilgrim.
If I'm Van Velzen here and I hit
Getting
this,
shot on the 7th leg.
I'm starting to
Marvin
think
Van
that it
Velzen.
could be going my way.
8th leg Donald through first. Game on.
A 22 dart leg. But it'll be rendered irrelevant if
125.
Pilgrim can get the job done here on throw. Packed to the rafters. And the man that most here have come
95.
to see will be in action once this game is completed. Adam Lipscombe will take on Charlie Martin in the third quarter-final of the day.
84.
But how much longer has this second match of the session got?
97.
Big last half of Van Velzen just keeps him on the toes of Pilgrim.
$135.
Once again, Pilgrim on scoring. There's no let up for Van Velzen.
164. Double cut 157. $97. Marvin car 145.
This is must-hit territory, and Van Velzen is unable to take out the 145. And so Darryl
58.
Pilgrim, who
Daluka 60.
spurned a couple of handfuls of match darts in the previous leg, is going to get 2 more here at tops.
Getting shown
And
the mark,
Pilgrim
Darryl
progresses to the semi-finals. And Marvin Van Velzen's golden year at the Modus Live Lounge comes to an end in the quarter-finals of the Global Championship. For Mr. P, he's into the Final Four, looking for his first major title and he is 2 games away now from doing exactly that. Sealed with a kiss, Pilgrim into the final 4. A 6-2 victory against Marvin van Velzen, an average of 96.5. 7-1-80 shared 4-3 in Pilgrim's favour. We expected it to be a good contest, and it was a good contest. And so Pilgrim into the semi-finals. He'll take on Devon Peterson a little bit later on. Now to the bottom half of the draw, which kicks off with a local favourite, Adam Lipscombe, in action. He takes on Charlie Martin.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on to the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
So we have one semi-final set up already, and it is Devon Peterson against Daryl Pilgrim. That's after Peterson came back from 3-0 down to beat Shane Hayward 6-4 in the opening match, and then Daryl Pilgrim kind of breezed past Marvin van Velzen in a really decent game of darts, 6-2. There were some really good spells from both players in that game, but Daryl Pilgrim just stayed that level above throughout, Scott.
Yeah, it was all about those first 3 or 4 legs, and Marvin was getting the odd dart and not hitting it. And Daryl was hitting it with 1 dart, and at one point there, he was sat on stats with 4 darts at a double and 4 legs in his pocket for Pilgrim. So he really did start well, and it was then very difficult with his scoring level for Marvin to recover.
Yeah, when you nick an early break with a bullseye finish like that, you're kind of sending a statement to your opponent, aren't you?
You are sending a statement, but I think there was a 54 then after that, and Marvin had 2 darts at it and missed it, and Daryl came down again and went out with 1 dart. And then the writing's kind of on the wall and you start to think, it's not my day.
Great quality game, though, and played in great spirit as well, because the pair of them, they went for a spell where they couldn't miss the treble 20 in the middle of that match. Just take a look at this, Scott. Pilgrim from 401 hits a 180. Van Velzen's going to come back at him. When you're watching darts like this, I mean, that would grace any stage, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Should have had the crowd paying more than a $5.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Van Velzen coming back with a maximum of his own. All the audience, well, they'll be getting sort of repetitive strain injuries from raising the 180 cards as Van Velzen responds there, but Pilgrim wasn't finished, and it just shows Bottle as well. When your opponent is a 180 and you answer back, that can break an opponent, but it didn't break either of these two, did it?
No, it didn't, and I love this, where everybody's sat on the edge of their seats going, is he going to do it again? No, Marv's going to have a little play with the crowd first. Nice work, Marv, and I think that shows where he is with his darts at the moment. He is really happy where he's playing.
Yep, a couple of crowd pleasers coming up in the next game as well. We've got Charlie Martin against Adam Lipscombe. Both have got plenty of people here. Lipscombe maybe just edges that slightly because of where he lives, local here in Portsmouth, but they should really be getting involved in this one as well.
Yeah, they will do, and I was round at a local public house, and I know there's a little Charlie Martin gang in here as well. So I'm looking forward to the game. My head is probably telling me that Adam should win it, but my heart is telling me Charlie ain't out of it.
Good respect, though, as we always seem to get here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got the Van Velzen army, we've got the Adam Lipscombe fans in here as well. You mentioned Martin's got his own little gang here as well, but they do know darts, don't they? And they know when's right to cheer and when's best to stay silent. Yeah,
we have a great crowd in here actually today, and my daughter was actually trying to get a ticket for today and couldn't get one, so she's had to go to Ali Pali instead.
Yeah, well, seen by some of the darts we've seen, maybe she would have preferred to have been here. What do you think of this next game then in terms of the two players on the stage?
Well, I think obviously Adam's had a week off and rested up, but there's a certain amount of pressure for him being the local boy. Charlie comes into it, I think, for him with a bit of freedom. He got through his group just about and then got through yesterday with another nervous game, so if it's going to be going down to that, he'll be happy.
Yeah, who do you think is going to get over the line?
Head said Adam, but heart says Charlie.
Okay, there we go. Scott Mitchell's made his prediction, and the players are about to make their way to the stage. Simon Rimington, the referee of this one, he will get them on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's your ADC Global Championship Grand Finals, live on Pluto TV. Will you please welcome to the stage the number 2 seed from right here in Portsmouth, the baby boy, Adam Lipscombe. And your number 7 seed, the man with no nickname, Charlie Martin.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10. 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me.
Yeah, a lot of noise for the boys on the stage right now. Adam Lipscombe, the local player from Pompey, nicknamed the baby boy, and he's got plenty of fans in this arena. He's a very popular player in these parts. Whenever he does get to a Saturday night at the Super Series, often the venue is sold out, as it is again today, as it should be for the ADC Global Championship Grand Finals. Lipscombe really was determined during that winning week. The week before last, he was looking at the trophy in between visits up in the studio here, and he really wants to lift that prize in his hometown at the end of the day. But he'll have his hands full with Charlie Martin. He 4th ranked on the UK Winmore Tour, and he's got some decent stats as well. Couple of ton plus checkouts in his qualification week. One of the outsiders in terms of what the bookies think, but we know that he can cause a problem or two for baby boy. Well, he might not be president at the end of the day, but he might be the champion. Let's see. Talking you through this one, Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Now let's get the darty party started in Pompey.
125.
It might have been a little bit quiet for the first couple of games, but the atmosphere will go up a notch. Adam Lipscombe,
140.
Born in Paulsgrove, 10 minutes up the road from this venue. Takes on Charlie Martin from Hersham in Surrey, an hour away. Both players have brought a lot of people with them. For both of these players, it goes without saying, this is the biggest day of their darting lives.
100.
They have never done anything like this before. But they will be inspired by the people that have come to see them.
60.
Yeah, they will indeed.
136.
I think a good day today
76.
will kickstart both of these guys into something big for 2025. They're at the start
96.
of their darting careers
60.
on the big stage, and I think confidences, experiences from here will see them
40.
kick on.
Charlie require 86.
Well, Lipscombe's missed a couple to win leg one. Martin back for 86. It may just be a poke of the bullseye for the break.
61.
And it's
Adam,
skimmed the
require
25
20.
wire. Lipscombe back for double 10. If he gets this, you'll hear about it. Double 5.
10.
Doesn't go.
Charlie require 25.
5 opportunities have come and gone for Adam Lipscombe to win this first leg.
No score.
Just a bit quick, wasn't he, there with that second dart?
Game shot on the first leg.
Those are the little things that start to grate on you. It's just happened to Charlie Martin.
Charlie to throw first.
Chance to break, wasn't it?
We both know that these two are quality players, but there was perhaps a feeling that of the 4 quarterfinals, this one could be the edgiest.
Yeah, without doubt.
95.
Many of the publicans here are Adam Lipscombe's teammates from the
85.
Wicker Mill pub in Porchester, not too far from where he lives.
45.
There's somebody who's played here in the past, Lloyd Walker, close friend of Adam's, here to support him, and maybe next year could be playing on that stage in the Global
140.
Championships. Martin's had a very good second leg.
140.
Left himself a finish after 9. Lipscombe is hot on his tail, but Charlie having the darts in this leg has given him an advantage. But he's not going to get a dart at tops here. 88 remaining.
88, yep. 85. $140. Charlie requires 72. $52. Adam, you require 81.
Fine margins and fine lines. We saw it in the last game. 12 for bullseye. Is it going to be the bullseye?
56.
Oh, also
Charlie
shaves
required 20.
the outside wire.
One left at double 5 to level up.
10.
Charlie
Adam,
Martin has missed 7 darts at a double in this contest. And Lipscombe returns to a 2-0 lead. And a breaker throw that goes with it. Double 8 is found. The baby boy is 2 up and the crowd have found their voice.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
You could say that Martin is making it easy for the crowd to find their voice. He's had chances in
60.
both of these opening legs, not converted them.
There is a real conceivability,
93.
Scott, that this 2-0 scoreline could so easily be in the other direction.
Yeah, without doubt. We've seen it right here in front of our very eyes. It's
100.
maybe the nerves grabbing Charlie a little bit early doors here, but like I say, the extended format, we saw the first game turn.
140. $100.
One thing we've learnt about Adam Lipscombe during these championships is he is a very good front runner. Once he gets his nose in front. He's a very tough customer to then break down.
123. $41. Charlie, you require 145. $105.
Charlie
60.
Martin then.
Charlie, you require 40.
Chance to put his first leg on the board. Nothing silly with the first. Drags the second.
20.
And is he
Adam,
kind
you
of,
require
is there an element of he's
140?
throwing and he's just hoping it's going to drop in? In these situations, you have to make them happen. Adam went tops, and I would have used that dart in the treble 20. It was perfect.
10 missed darts and a double so far for Charlie Martin, but he isn't going to miss an 11th.
Charlie Martin.
He's back in this contest. He gets the break back.
Fourth leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
And that will just settle him down somewhat. He's outscored Adam throughout the course of the opening 3 legs. And now he's on the board.
81.
He can just relax into proceeding somewhat.
100.
And here comes the confidence with that first leg on the board for Charlie Martin. Are we seeing the first turning point in the match? The 180 and the 30 response from Lipscombe would suggest we are.
You mentioned it yesterday when we had a chat at the end of the programme. These longer format matches allows for ebbs and flows, whereas in a best of 7 game,
60. Charlie, you
you
require
sometimes only allowed
140.
one real momentum shift.
Yeah. It can allow for a couple of momentum shifts.
60.
But with the Pilgrim game that we saw last, the momentum shift came once, and then he headed off into the sunset,
45.
and there was not a lot that
Charlie,
Marvin
require 80.
could do about it.
For 2-2, double 10 is found. It's a 14 darter for Charlie Martin.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Lipscombe led
Game
2-0.
on.
That lead has now evaporated. And there's now a 13-point gap in the averages in Charlie
100.
Martin's favour. The first couple that Lipscombe won were very edgy. They were very nervy. But Martin is just beginning to bring his quality.
140.
And bring the quality of the contest. His average now in excess of 90. He is really beginning to build. And Adam Lipscombe has to keep chase.
45.
Yeah, the fear for Adam here is now Charlie started hitting the trebles, started hitting the scores. He's not responding.
57. 55.
And having that crowd can be one of two things. It can inspire, but it can also intimidate. It can also lead to an additional pressure, but sometimes you don't want attached on a day as big as this. And it's very evident at this present moment in time that Charlie Martin is the better player. And he's got 6 darts from here to take the lead for the first time in this contest.
84.
Once again, Lipscombe not being able to do anything about the scoring
82.
of Charlie Martin.
Charlie requires
Martin's average has
40.
now gone up into the mid-90s,
Game shot left
93
red
and a
flag.
half.
Charlie Martin.
He's got his nose in front,
Sixth leg, it's Charlie
and they've
to
got their
throw
tails up.
first. Game on.
Halfway towards the feet now, Adam Lipscombe. Just when it looked like things were so good.
134.
And this is now becoming a barrage of big scoring. He's had 5 two-triple visits in this match compared to Lipscombe's 3.
125.
He's had a couple of maximums as well. He is putting
44.
the Portsmouth player to the sword here.
60.
And at the minute, Lipscombe hasn't got the answers.
No, he hasn't. He's close but no cigar on the trebles, and every time he misses, Martin comes in and hits one.
83.
So he just keeps himself a stone's throw in front.
81. 58.
The excitement has turned to silence because their man is in trouble.
100.
He is first to a finish, but Martin will fancy his chances to leave it more handier should there be a return.
60. Adam, you require 135.
This could be a big moment, a big turning point in the match, but Lipscombe is going to take out the 135.
95. Charlie, you require 122.
This for a cushion. And this is for 4 legs in a row. Bullseye.
97.
Not to be, and so Lipscombe
Adam, you
to arrest the
require
slide.
40.
To get his first leg since going 2-0 up. He
Game
pins the
shot
top, so we're
play.
level at 3-3.
Adam Lipscombe.
The room erupts. So that means only one thing. It was a
Seventh
Lipscombe
leg,
double.
It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Has he seen out the Charlie
45.
Martin purple patch? Or was that just a blip of a leg for the 28-year-old from Herschel?
When you win a leg like that, you have to return, and it's a must that you hit a ton, minimum requirement. And Adam started with 45 and gave
125.
Charlie Martin a bit of hope to think that the momentum's not going to be there, but he's now just hit a 125.
100. 95.
First 3 legs were 20 and 17 in favour of Lipscombe. Then we had a 3-leg
60.
spurt, 16 darts, 14 and 13 from Charlie Martin. Lipscombe then hits back with a 16. So we're seeing the ranges of where these players are. It's 20, 17 and 16 the leg wins for Martin, and 16, 14,
Adam, you require
13.
136.
So is the momentum with
96.
Martin.
Charlie, you require 170.
Now you look at this. So Lipscombe, has he weathered the storm a little?
60.
Has a chance
Adam,
to
you
take the
require
lead 4-3
40.
here with a double top.
Gage on the 7th leg. Adam Lipscombe.
And does exactly that. Lipscombe's back in front.
8th leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
And all the hard work that Charlie Martin did to get himself back in the contest,
60.
he's going to have to do again.
He's only 1 leg behind, and he's got the throw. You would have obviously liked him to start
85.
more with 60, but he was straight.
$100.
Look, much more than that from here. But then I am 15 feet above the
60.
auditorium and a good 40 feet away from the board.
$41. $85.
The live lounge descends to hush. They know that this is probably the biggest passage of play in this contest so far.
77.
It is, and that was a big last start from Martin.
100.
And that one equally as big from Lipscombe. Just turns the corner and changes street. 184 for Martin with 1 in his hand. Goes up to lead
59.
164.
what Lipscombe would give for a 2 treble turn about now, and he finds a 2 treble turn. He's left himself on tops. He's theoretically told Charlie Martin he has to take out 164 and he won't. And so Lipscombe, to re-establish his 2-leg lead in this contest and to put himself 1 leg away, he's looking at tops and gets it first start in hand. Adam Lipscombe from Portsmouth is 1 away from the semi-finals.
How big was that 1-3-1 on the previous visit? That last dart going in treble 17 was massive.
81.
What I can tell you is, like you say,
60.
These are the legs of Adam Lipscombe, 2017, 16, 18, 16. So once we drop into that bracket,
100.
That's where Lipscombe's playing at the minute. Martin's legs, 16, 14, 13. So once the level steps up, that's been Charlie Martin, but he hasn't been able to keep it at that level.
Effectively, Adam Lipscombe streamlined the whole game, and because of that, he's been able to create more opportunities.
60.
Yeah, his average is flatlined. He's doing that average, and that's where it is. He's going to take you out between 16 and 20 darts.
And that's representative of his average, 81.3. And now, 260 points away for a place in the semi-finals, where he'll take on one of Andy Boulton and Bradley Brooks. And he is making a surge towards that finishing line.
$60. Adam, you require 120.
6 for the match. And he's going to need the quota.
80.
When Adam Lipscombe walked through these doors for the first time, he dreamt of moments like this.
20.
But he's missed
Charlie, you require
3
140.
match darts. Double 10. Oh, that's magnificent. His back was well and truly against the wall. He's had to dodge 3 bullets. But Charlie Martin has conjured up a 140 from the depths.
We saw a 1-3-1 change the match for 2 legs in a row for Adam Lipscombe. Should have been 3. 3 match darts he missed there at tops. Charlie Martin comes back from the dead
60
with a 140 shot out to save himself. How has that affected this match at this particular moment in time for Lipscombe?
85.
That's the big question.
Well, they're a bit more nervous now, aren't they, the Lipscombe fraternity?
But Charlie's got to do
41.
something to keep the momentum going off the back of that 140.
60.
Lipscombe all over it, but not hitting his desired target. And every time that happens, it offers up an opportunity for Charlie Martin. And there's only so
83.
long he's going to keep refusing it.
$70.
Super first dart from Lipscombe, but the next 2 were nervy looking darts.
99.
And what he can ill afford to do is allow the events of the previous leg to plague his mind. And it looks
60.
like possibly from here, it may well be just 1 leg to decide who goes through.
94.
Yeah, big treble 18 there in the complex of this leg. Adam needs a double treble visit. He's not going to get it. He's going to have to check the scoreboard. He needs to go downstairs.
88. Charlie, you require 124.
He found a 140 in the previous leg. He's not going to find a 124. And if Lipscombe finds this, it'll be as good a 138 on a global stage we've ever seen. Another one of them. Would have left double 12 to seal it, but Martin's going to come back for that said double to take us all the way.
2 it is.
106.
Hits with the
Charlie
last dart, so pressure
24.
applied from Lipscombe.
Game shot on the 10th round.
Taken no notice of by Charlie Martin.
11th and final leg.
He's
It's
Lipscombe
Adam
going
to
through
throw
those 3
first.
match starts. He cannot be thinking that now. He's got to be thinking straight 15 dart leg, bosh, and I'm out of here.
Now the live lounge becomes a cauldron. And
100.
that stage will feel like a cauldron for both players. Lipscombe missed 3 darts to win this game
58.
6-3. Martin took out the 140. But it looks like Lipscombe is beginning to find a second wind. He wobbled in the previous leg, but now he looks like he's back at an even kilter, and he's in front in this leg.
42.
And you sense it's that man now, Scott, that's in charge of proceedings.
85.
He is in charge, but he's got to stay straight. Make life easy for yourself. We saw Joe Croft in a similar situation to this the other night. 3-1 up, and then he went 340 scores on the trot and allowed his opponent to jump back all over him. This is good for him, Lipscombe.
140.
Chose the 140 to leave double 18. You have to say Charlie Martin has really made a game of this no matter what happens.
36.
But this, for Adam Lipscombe's moment.
18.
But it's another 3 that go a begging. But this time he can't be punished straight away. Unlike the 140 a couple of legs ago, Charlie Martin isn't at the
57.
scene.
Adam, you require 18.
And so Lipscombe double 9. To book his passage through double 4.
10.
He's missed more.
Charlie, you require 164.
Getting messy now.
That's 8 match darts. And if Charlie Martin takes this, Adam Lipscombe's heart would have sunk in 2. He comes back for 3 more, and you sense this is the last chance he's going to get to win this contest.
124. Adam, you require 8.
Double 2. It's the madhouse.
Game.
And finally, Adam Lipscombe is into the semi-finals. And to the delight of the Portsmouth crowd, one of their own is into the final 4. But boy, did he try his best to throw it away. He is so relieved. Him and his partner embrace at the end of it. He now is within 2 games of global glory. A 6-5 victory against Charlie Martin in a tight, tense, nervy contest. The baby boy is into the final 4. He's beaten Charlie Martin by 6 legs to 5. Our final quarter-final sees Andy Boulton take on Bradley Brooks.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8 maybe 9 times out of 10, it's 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route, and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it, or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
So here is the draw bracket for the first ever ADC Global Championship Grand Finals live here on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break there, we saw that dramatic darting duel on the right of your screen between Adam Lipscombe, number 2 seed, and Charlie Martin. Lipscombe eventually getting over the line 6-5. Some big moments in that game, which we'll talk about in a moment. Before that, Devon Peterson had beaten Shane Hayward, and Daryl Pilgrim had got the better of Marvin van Velzen. So they will play in one semi. We'll find out the identity of Adam Lipscombe's opponent in the next match, which is Andy Boulton against Bradley Brooks. Looking forward to that one, but first let's just look back at what we've just witnessed, because that was breathless stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. There were a couple of turning moments in there. A big 1-3-1 score to leave tops from Lipscombe, turned the game early on, started to go his favour. Then the 140 to save from Charlie Martin. Special moments, special people, special darts. That was that moment. And then nearly 10 darts at a double, I think Lipscombe had to finally get it over the line, and Charlie had got himself into a position to be sat there waiting, and what the Lipscombe's fans must have been feeling there. And I'm sure Adam was shaking a little bit too.
Yeah, well, he had darts, as you could see there, before this 140. So this was a real superb skin saver. Showed a lot of bottle here to take this out. Charlie Martin got a big response from the audience there. He's got plenty of fans here himself. But Adam Lipscombe, it looked like it might have stopped him, because he really did struggle to cross the line towards the end of that game.
Yeah, and there's also a little matter of $2,500, the difference between one dart there. So, yeah, he got himself over the line. It is your first game of the day. You now feel you up and running, and I'm sure he's looking forward to his semi-final.
And, you know, you're going for double one. You think, he will be thinking there, Martin sat on top, so he's thinking this is my last chance. So to throw a dart that well after all those misses before it, you have to give him ultimate credit.
It was the adjustment, because he wasn't particularly close to the double 4, well inside the double 2, and you think this isn't going to happen. But he just took a split second slower before he went for the double 1, and that was enough to get the adjustment, and in it popped.
Right, he's going to play the winner of the next match, the final of our quarter-final games, Andy Boulton and Bradley Brooks. Let's talk about both players of that one. It's experience, say, against youth. Of course, Bradley Brooks was the World Youth Champion, but is he now transitioning from the boy to the man, so to speak? He's already been on the tour, but he's had to take a couple of steps back, and now he's making strides forward.
We talk about development and we talk about experience, but I think if you've played on the Pro Tours, you've got the experience. If you've got to that level already, you have to say that Bradley Brooks has got the experience. We don't need to say anything about Andy. We know exactly what Andy's got. He does everything that it says on the tin, 9 times out of the 10, every game that he plays. So this is going to be a real good game, and I'm looking forward to it. It is youth and exuberance. against experience, but it's youth and experience against experience for me.
Yeah, good way of putting it. And they did play, of course, a couple of weeks ago in this tournament here at this venue, did Brooks and Boulton, and it went Bradley's way on that date.
Yeah, it did, and I believe it's the only time they've played here. So it was big moments on that day. Big players step up and do the big moments. You can't do it all the time, but you give yourself the chance. The big players give themselves the chance in the big moments, and I feel these two fit that bracket ideally.
Does that give you an edge when you've beaten the opponent quite recently before, or does it give them extra motivation?
I think it gives your opponent motivation. There's no player that likes to lose 2 in a trot to any player. Doesn't matter whether they're playing their misses at home. They don't have it. You know, it's you want to make sure that a run doesn't start against you by any player.
Do you think it will be repeat or revenge?
Good question. I don't really know. I think my head says Andy Boulton on this one, but my heart says Bradley Brooks.
Well, there is only one way to find out, so let's get the players to the stage for the last of our quarter-final ties. It's Brooks against Boulton, and Paul Hinks will get them on stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the live lounge down here in Portsmouth for our ADC Global Championship Finals. Live on Pluto TV. Our 4th quarter-final of the afternoon. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage. It's the X Factor, Andy Boulton, and his opponent, Bam Bam Bradley Brooks.
Yeah, two players who've played plenty of big matches on big stages. This one won't faze either of them. And you just wonder if there is any edge from that victory we saw Bradley Brooks get at the finals night of week 1 of the ADC Global Championship just over a week ago. Brooks from Blackburn takes on Andy Boulton, originally from Stoke, of course, the hotbed of darts once upon a time. He's now living up in Scotland, the X Factor, hoping to find all the right notes this afternoon. Facing Brooks, Bam Bam, who he'll be trying to make the bedrock today, the 24-year-old. Of course, 3rd on the ADC UK Winmore Tour this year, hoping to return to the PDC Pro Tour, having already had some success there, and of course a former World Youth Champion. It's experience, as Scott Mitchell put it, and youth and exuberance, and that's exactly what we've got in the commentary box. He's alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Andy did through first.
These two players know exactly what it's like to play on the biggest stages and to play for the biggest prizes. Between the pair, there is 8 World Championship appearances between the Lakeside and the Ali Pally. Two players that maybe didn't quite make the imprints that they would have liked at those particular tournaments. But here at the Global Championship, they can make it their own. And Bradley Brooks has got off to a perfect start, a maximum with his first visit. A lot of people are fancying Bam Bam's chances, but he came in today as one of the outsiders, 7-1 with the odds compilers. He was one of the favourites, Marvin van Velzen. He's already departed, but Bradley Brooks is only just getting started. 5 perfect darts in the first leg. I think Scott Mitchell, he's set his stall out very quickly.
Yeah, he sure has. He's
137.
Looking to enjoy the situation, and I don't know whether that's a real tattoo or whether it's a Sharpie tattoo for the day.
Well, at least it's spelt correctly, unlike the Bam Bam tattoo. It's actually on Bradley's hand, which has got an extra M on both the Bams.
134.
What a start this has been from the pair. Brooks against the darts, leaving 95 after 9, and he's going to get a couple of cracks at double 19. Does it go? And such is the standard in this contest. it feels like 12 darts will be the minimum requirement to break.
Game shown the first leg.
Because Boulton pins tops for a 15 darter. That is so typical
Second leg,
of the
Bradley
X
to
Factor.
first. Game on.
It's typical of age and experience. It's you've not lost the leg till your high-scoring, fast-throwing opponent has hit the double.
This is the highest profile of the 4 quarterfinals. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt.
134.
Two most experienced campaigners in terms of playing in competitions just like this. Brooks has played in the last 16 of a Grand Slam. He's played at a couple of World Championships. Andy Boulton's played at 6 in his career. 3 of them in the BDO, 3 of them in the PDC. Only ever won 1 match at the Alexandra Palace. That
100.
was a 3-1 victory against Dieter Hedman behind closed doors in 2020. Would go on to lose in her last set decider to Stephen Bunting the round after.
100.
For Bradley, he will not want to be reminded about his last experience on the Ali Pali stage, but everybody does remind him of his last experience. The 9 darter
59.
from Willie Borland in the last leg. Hasn't been back since, but he's looking to get back into this match. 6 darts from 130 to square up at 1-1.
Yeah, when you talk like that and you think about
58.
what Brooks has done at such a slender age, in his darting career already, he's done probably far more than some do in their complete career.
100. Bradley O'Carr, 72.
He missed 2 darts at a double to win leg 1. And he's going to get 2 more to win leg 2 at double 12. Beautiful guide. But he cannot
48.
utilise it.
Andy O'Carr, 108.
Now the question is, can Andy Boulton swoop in? Not to be. And so Bradley Brooks will return for double 12. 3 more in hand to square this contest up.
Takes a step back to make sure.
56. Bradley O'Carr, 24. Game shown the second leg. Bradley Brooks.
Level
Third
we
leg,
are
Andy
at
to
1-1.
first. Game on.
You see the star on the back of Bradley's shirt. That's to represent his World Youth title that he won back in 2020. That was behind closed doors in Coventry when he beat Joe Davies in the final.
177.
How he would like to be the star of the globe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
93.
Just as you think Brooks can get a bit of a leg up and a bit of momentum, Boulton uses his experience straight in with 177 and says, hey, Nipper, you can cut that out.
100.
I'm still here. Super stuff from Boulton.
As tough a draw as it is for the pair, there will be no secrets about
97.
one another's game. Haven't played too much in this arena apart from that Tour Championship match, but they spent a lot of time on tour together. They both dropped off tour at relatively similar times.
60.
There is nothing hidden about the other man's game from their perspectives.
No, very valid point, Henry.
59. Andy O'Carr,
They will know each other's
164.
game inside out.
One of them, Foxy.
Well, Boulton setting his stall out, leaving double 12 after 12 on throw. Even a maximum. They feel a little bit dead cat for Bradley.
Andy O'Carr, 24.
To put his nose back in front.
No score. Bradley O'Carr, 112.
It feels like a game where moments like this could make a difference. A big difference. But Brooks cannot find a big
Under your car,
shot.
24.
Another one of those chances that would have turned it around a little bit, wouldn't it?
Bradley O'Carr,
Uncharacteristic. Andy Boulton's doubling stats going into these finals were 57% for the tournament, but he's bodging chance after chance, and Bradley Brooks has got the break. He's 2-1 up. His partner watches on.
Yeah, and Kaylee, Andy Bolton's partner, was watching on there with a hand over her mouth as he missed that double 12 by quite a way.
140.
And his son Bailey is also here. Darts mad, is he? Regular watcher of the Super Series at Anything Tungsten. And he's been talking fairly philosophically over the course of these championships, and kind of unlike Andy, who likes to keep things in check, but
59.
he's been opening up about how important this would be for him. A man who's had such a good professional career, and he takes so much pride in being a professional for as long as he has been. But he feels if he wins this, it's not a justification of the career that he's had, but it'll feel like a big title that what he's done in the game would perhaps deserve.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. He's very businesslike with his game as well. The fact that he's been spoken about being a professional dart player now for 16 years or so, you know, without having really broke through.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Bradley Brooks.
And taking a big title, and they're caught Hinksy by surprise there, caught us all by surprise.
This leg Andy to through first, game on.
Well, talking about breakthroughs, that is exactly what Bradley Brooks is beginning to make here. 3-1 to the good. And remember, Boulton missed 7 darts to win leg 2 and go 2-0 up. He gets a maxi there. His first of the match. But he finds his back well and truly against the wall because Brooks is 2 up and halfway home. And he's not relenting one bit.
Well, he's got his nose in front, hasn't he? And really starting
100
to accelerate away. Boulton started this one 1 ton, 141 ton. But Brooks is now filling up the lipstick.
But he's having to do it.
He's being pushed all the way, absolutely.
57.
The numbers right now, Boulton averaging 93. Bradley Brooks, as we head towards the end of leg 5, averaging 108.57.
57.
And that feels like the first trebleless visit he's had in this match.
You want to glance off the barrel there, not to be. Will he go across the 18?
60. Bradley O'Carr, 130.
That's perfect for another. Double 5. Beautiful. Impactful. A big shot from Bam Bam, and he moves free clear. And he only needs 2 more now for a place in the semi-finals. Back-to-back 12 dart legs for Bradley Brooks. And Andy Boulton's back is well and truly against the wall.
It's 4 legs on the spin for Brooks. 96. And how does Boulton now stop him? The problem is the task he has of stopping him is Bradley Brooks has the darts in this leg.
Well, Bradley has the record tournament average, 109.61 in a game against Daryl Pilgrim, who is into the semi-finals just a little bit later on this afternoon. He'll take on Devon Peterson in semi-final number 1.
123.
And he's continuing at this real high level, Scott.
He is. He's found that treble early in the game, and he hasn't relented, has he?
It feels like Andy Boulton has just been hit with one too many punches right now. He just looks like he cannot find a reply, and he's looking very pensive at the back of the stage. You know he'll never give up, but he looks very concerned right now.
Yeah, he does, but in this situation, you can only go one leg at a time, and You've just got to break the You've just got to break the
59.
rot here at the minute, with 4 on the trot.
But one of the key factors about a comeback is he needs Bradley Brooks to relent, and he's showing absolutely no signs of that.
No, he's not at all, and you've either got to do something special to make him relent, and that's
60.
not kind of happening for Boulton at the
59.
minute. He's tried everything. He's tried throwing a bit slower. He's tried stepping back. He's now throwing a bit quicker. He's doing all sorts of things to try and find that treble, and it's just not working for him. But that's his experience. He's trying different things to try and make it happen.
We commented last week, Scott, on how Bradley's mentality has changed. There was times where he could get really hot under the collar, and perhaps when he needed to keep his cool, throw his toys out the pram a little bit. But there seems to be a real maturity about his game. There's never, ever been a question about his ability. But there seems to be something between the ears that over the last few months has changed.
Yeah, I agree. And he told me the biggest thing is he's had to start practicing. To keep up with others, he's had to start practicing. He said he wasn't putting the effort in. He was relying on natural ability. And he said you cannot do that these days, even whether you're on the Challenge Tour, the Dev Tour. He said everybody is practicing to try and get their hands on the finances and the financial part of the game. And he said if you don't do those 2 hours a night practicing, you're not gonna get anywhere near the end of these tournaments anymore. The days of doing 5 days work, jumping in the car, going up there and winning a Challenge Tour are long gone.
Play up Sky Blues. They didn't have a good weekend in Portsmouth yesterday, did they?
64.
Boulton has got 6 starts to get a leg back. The key turning point in this match was in leg 2 when Andy missed 7 darts to open up a 2-0 lead. And from that point onwards, it's been one-way traffic up until now. But even when Boulton's had a leg of comfort, Brooks is hot on his tail. To save it. It was a double he missed so many times in leg 2, and he's missed it again there. And so Bradley Brooks to book his place in the semi-finals. It's been a nigh-on perfect performance. He's going to bring the curtain down here.
41.
Bolton's got 3 more to target, which has caused him so many problems. He split it.
16.
But the change of destination doesn't mean a change of fortunes. And so Bradley Brooks goes his traditional way to give himself a clean dart at tops and a clean sweep of Andy Boulton. Bradley Brooks has laid down a marker at these global championships, an average of 103.04, and he has brushed aside Andy Boulton with considerable ease. A lot of people fancied the chances of the former world youth champion this afternoon, and that performance is demonstrative as to why. 103 the average, 50% on the doubles, a 130 checkout in there as well. Everything Bradley Brooks touched turned to gold in that game. For Andy Boulton, his global championship campaign comes to an end. But for Bradley Brooks, he's through to the semi-finals to take on Adam Lipscombe. But after the break, our first semi-final sees Devon Peterson and Daryl Pilgrim go toe-to-toe.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
It has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker celebrating! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2 run turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. Not really it. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. So the quarterfinals are complete at the first ever ADC Global Championship Grand Finals Day here in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV, and we have seen wins for Devon Peterson, Daryl Pilgrim, Adam Lipscombe and Bradley Brooks, meaning Peterson plays Pilgrim in the first semi-final. Lipscombe will take on Brooks in the second, and the number 6 seed we just seen get that win there. Well, he's been the standout player so far, hasn't he? Bradley averaging 103 in that 6-1 win against Andy Boulton.
Yeah, he's had to wait till the last quarter-final, so out the back it would have been a long old wait, and he'd have been watching people departing, and yeah, he came out there and really sort of like, he got the 130, which was lovely. Boulton was struggling with that double 12 to go 2-0, and I think, had he hit that and gone 2-0, the game would have been different, but Bradley got it back to 1-1, and then it was all about him. Then he kicked on.
Yeah, he did. You mentioned that 130 already, Scott, there. We'll have a look at that now. Really good stuff from Bradley Brooks. And it takes him past the halfway line in this match. Bolton's on a 104 thinking, I might get a shot at this, and Brooks just wasn't giving him anything, was he?
No, like I say, it went 1-1 off the back of Andy's mistake. Then Brooks picked up a couple, and then you think, 3-1, Andy's back there with him, 104. Brooks then takes the 130. The momentum changer goes back again towards Brooks, and he didn't look turned around. He's been in that situation enough on Pro Tours, on Dev Tours, on Challenge Tours, and he didn't give that lead up.
It looked like Andy Boulton didn't really get going in that match, but is that what you pundits mean when you say he wasn't allowed to play? Because Henry Deacon put it brilliantly at the end of this match after he hit that winning double, that everything that he touched turned to gold. No, absolutely. You know, he wasn't allowed to play. The two moments that he had that he could play was the double 12 to go 2-0, and he had that sat on that 104 when Bradley took the 130. So the two moments that he had didn't go his way, and then that makes it such a difficult game to get back into. And like you say, Brooks just didn't ease up on his scoring. He was having double treble visits, 100-odd average. What can you do? Yeah, and what can Adam Lipscombe do? Because he now knows what he's up against. Look, he's got that fourth dart of the audience here behind him. Let's just work our way back through the quarterfinals, because that was tense at the end, wasn't it, that win for Adam Lipscombe? Yeah, it took him 9 or 10 darts to get over the line.
And he just took that extra split second on that double one to hit it. Relief for him, relief for the supporters here, and of course relief for his bank manager because there's another £2,500 to go on top of what he already had.
Yeah, Charlie Martin, I mean, he leaves with credit himself, doesn't he? In particular, at 140 to save the game at that point. That, so far, is probably the checkout of the day, even though it didn't result in a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And
there's mismatched darts before it as well.
Darts before as well, yeah. And this 140 was absolutely sweet as a nut. Once he hits the first one, in your mind as a player, you know it's going. Once you hit that first one, you convince yourself that it's going after one dart. And then that's all mind over matter then, and you go and hit it. Super stuff from him. I think Charlie leaves today having learnt an awful lot more about himself as a darting person in a darting life. And that's going to see him in good stead.
Is that why Adam Lipscombe then goes on to miss more darts at double? Because he's now thinking, well, if I miss anything, he's going to hit it.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. It's it's just there in the back of your mind as a subconscious. You're not thinking it right at the front of your mind. You're concentrating on you, but there is that thought of, oh, you don't miss this because he's right up behind me. He's going to get it. Then you start missing it because you're telling yourself, don't miss it, and saying don't miss it is a negative again.
Marvin van Velzen had the opportunity to walk out of here with more than £50,000 in earnings this year. He's not going to do that, but that's down to Daryl Pilgrim being excellent in that game.
Yeah, his pockets weren't big enough, were they? But, I mean, at the end of the day, Marvin has showed this year, 2024, he's still a happy man walking out of here. I know he won't be happy with the result today, but I think with the game, there wasn't a lot that he could do about it. Pilgrim was right there on point, and it's another one of the games you just hold your hands up and go, he was better than me.
Yeah, when you pop in a nice bullseye finish at one of the earliest opportunities as well, that really does set the tone for a match, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And yeah, you start thinking, oh, he's going to have one of them days today. Because all of us have seen each other have good days and bad days. And you kind of get to know each other's game. And when you start hitting bullseyes that early that you're feeling in pretty good nick.
Do you think potentially part of the motivation for Daryl Pilgrim is the fact that he still doesn't have that big honour to go with the big stats that he's been through?
I think we're all talking about it. The ability that he has, the records that he has here. You look at him, no matter where he goes, and you think, how on earth has he not got some big pot sat on his mantelpiece at home? Because he's got the ceiling, he's got the game. And I think he's one of those players that once he gets over the line once, you're going to wish he hadn't, because he's going to continue to do it and do it and do it. That's the way he comes across to me.
The one before that, the first quarter-final, it seemed a long time ago since Shane Hayward was 3-0 up on Devon Peterson. What went wrong for Shane? What went right for Devon from there?
I think at 4-4, Devon getting back to 4-4 sort of turned the momentum in Devon's way, because Shane was 3-0 up and 4-2 up. So it looked like Shane was trying to defend a lead rather than gallop on to the finish line. And it's just a bit of short. He was just short of max practice coming in, and it took its toll in the end in that game when Devon started clawing back, and then once it went 4-4, the momentum was just going one way, and it was the Devon Peterson show after that.
Yeah, he'd bust this finish, hadn't he, before the 80, but comes back and cleans it up next time. A big roar from Devon Peterson, and then we saw the trademark dance at the end of it as well. Is he going to be dancing to the title like he did just last night?
There's no reason why not, but I think that he's going to have to be really, really sharp in his next game here, because you know that Pilgrim will be. He's come off the back of a nice win. He's really confident. The first game here is always difficult, whether it's in the group stages or whatever, because the cameras are on you, the eyes are on you of the world. And this is the Global Championship from the ADC, so there's nothing too much bigger than this to see the year out. So bearing in mind that the PDC finished in January. So, yes, no, it's one of those. I think it's a big, big win for whoever wins it going into Christmas, that's for sure.
Well, it is. It's the right time, isn't it, to be crowning a champion. Look, we saw the WDF World Champion crowned in Shane McGirt. We just saw the JDC World Championship crowned. So it's a really nice end to the year for every kind of system to be having their sort of world champion. And the ADC Global Championship, I think, has maybe marked its place in the calendar now.
Yes, let's hope so. Let's hope, obviously there'll be meetings and discussions after this one finishes of the 2 weeks. And there what a magnificent trophy they are playing for. There isn't too many better trophies than that in World Darts, is there?
Yeah, we've lost our time with the trophy.
Yeah,
but
where's it gone? It's been sat there 2 weeks. Where's it gone?
The players are going to have that trophy on the stage now, as you saw. Does that just up the stakes a little bit? Does that just up the pressure a little bit to be looking at that every time you're walking back from this board?
Maybe it will for Adam Lipscombe, because he's been looking at it all the time it's up here. Yeah, of course, it's nice to see there. You will glance at it. There's no two ways about it. All those 4 players will jump up there and have a little glance at it and maybe get that extra few % out of them they need to go on and get to the final.
Right, let's just preview those semi-finals then. Here is a reminder of the order of play. And let me remind you as well that the format increases now. Best of 13 legs, so first to 7 in the semis. It goes up to best of 17 for the final. So it's still a marathon that the players involved are halfway through at the moment. Devon Peterson, top seed, taking on Daryl Pilgrim. Adam Lipscombe, number 2 seed, taking on Bradley Brooks. The 2 highest seeds will have the throw in the semi-finals. Look, Brooks has performed the best, but based on what you've seen, not just this afternoon, but over the last couple of weeks, who are you expecting to shine over the next couple of hours?
I think we're going to see Pilgrim doing more of the same, because the longer the game goes on, the better it'll be for him, and he'll find a rhythm. And yeah, you can't look too much further than Brooks really in the second one. So I'm not saying that Adam can't win it, but he's got to up his game from where he was. And Adam has a tendency to do that, though. He tends to play the player. So if the player goes at 100 average, he'll go at 100 average 9 times out of 10. So let's hope that whatever average they're doing, it's a really close game.
Is this the time of a tournament? You're a world champion. Is this the time of the tournament where you start thinking, you know what, I could win this?
Oh, yeah. After that first game now, all 4 of these players will be daring to dream that they can lift that trophy. They will start to dare to dream. But you can't get ahead of yourself. You've got to think about that game in hand, which is not the easiest thing to do. But, hey, why not? You're in the semi-finals. Why not dare to dream? You've come through all those hundreds of people to get here. Then you've come through 2 weeks of all the people are here. We are right at the death of it, and it's time to see who's got the minerals and wants to take it home.
Well, let's just go through the positives for each of the 4 semi-finalists. Adam Lipscombe, look, he's a fantastic dart player, but the first thing that we have to talk about is he's here in his hometown. He's got a lot of the audience on his side. That must be a help to him. In fact, he has spoken in the past about it being a hindrance, but he seems to be dealing with that better now.
On the first few occasions, it can be a hindrance because you're not used to that support. But he's done it now a few times, and he's used to the support, and he openly admits it's his 4th dart. So I think it will be a help to him, but he's got to throw the darts for it to be a help to him. If your opponent keeps the room quiet, then it becomes very difficult for them to help you.
And as for the other players, I'll start with Daryl Pilgrim. His strength lies in the fact that he probably thinks, based on everything these players have been doing over the last couple of years, that he's the best player in that practice room. Would that be a fair assessment?
I think it's a fair assessment, but I think he's a little bit more humble than that. He knows that he's got the game to be the best in this room, and I think sometimes we find him trying too hard to prove that. If he can then just come off it a little and relax a little, all those big averages will come back from 2023. His game will come back, but he's ended 24 really, really well, and look, he's in for a big shout here.
Yeah, certainly is. We've spoken about it before, the fact that he's raised the roof with some performances here. He's had a 9-darter on that stage. He's got the record average in this venue. He can just click into levels that we don't see very often. If he does that, then surely it's his hands that'll be on the trophy.
You'd think so, but you only have to have 1 game off for it not to be, or 2 legs off even for it not to be. So that's what he'd be fully aware of, because that's what's happened to him every time he's been here. So you just hope those mental scars don't come flooding back when he gets up there.
As for Devon Peterson, he's achieved more than any of the 4, so the experience is on his side.
And the expectation. So he's expected himself to do varying things, and I think he's too early in his comeback to over-expect, and I think that could be a plus for him. I think if you ask him after this, if you told him at the start of this whole global championship that he was going to be here in the semi-final on the last day, he'd have ripped your arm off for that. But now that he's here, his mind's thinking something different.
And Bradley Brooks, well, he's played the best today, and he seems to be hitting form at the right time.
Oh, he'll be outside in the back room with his velvet jacket and his slippers on, because he knows that he's played the best of the guys at the start, and he'll feel it's down to him whether he wins it or loses it. It's in his hands. If he plays his game, he feels that he's going to be there.
Yeah, this is him before the session started, by the way. Everyone hasn't disappeared. They will be ready to cheer on the semi-finals. Look, if he can replicate that performance, he's got a great shout, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has, and he knows how to replicate that performance. Like we said, he's a young man with an awful lot of experience under his belt, and sometimes we don't give him credit for that, but we're seeing it more in the last sort of 3 or 4 months that he's matured as a player.
Right, I'll let you get back to commentary. The semi-finals of the ADC Global Championship coming up next.
No such mistake this time. A dart to win the match. And he takes it.
Couple of handfuls of match darts in the previous leg. He's going to get 2 more here at tops. And Pilgrim progresses to the semi-finals.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's your ADC Global Championship Grand Finals. We move on to your first semi-final live on Pluto TV. Will you please welcome first to the stage, the African warrior, Devon Peterson. And will you please welcome Devon's opponent, Mr. P, Daryl Pilgrim.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', been ballin'.
So Peterson plays Pilgrim in the first of the semi-finals here at the inaugural ADC Global Championship. Both players with solid performances in their opening victories. Devon Peterson winning 6 of the last 7 legs to see off Shane Hayward after trailing that match 3-0 and 4-2. The 38-year-old South African looking to taste glory for 2 days on the trot and pocket more than £25,000 in prize money in the process here at the Live Lounge. Daryl Pilgrim's had great success in this venue, but yet to lift a trophy above his head, or a big trophy above his head, and there aren't many bigger, many better than the ADC Global Championship trophy. What an effort that is from the ADC. The 4 semi-finalists will play their matches with that on stage now for a bit of motivation. Maybe it adds a bit of pressure, who knows, and guiding you through the action
As you know, when you
for the final
the best
3
of 13
matches.
legs, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
With Henry and Scott.
That's the prize on offer. And both Devon Peterson and Daryl Pilgrim are 2 games away from lifting
100.
the inaugural ADC Global Championship trophy. DP up against DP, but who is going to play in the big game and get the big W?
96.
2 players who had contrasting quarterfinals. Peterson had trailed 3-0 against Shane Hayward before prevailing 6-4. Whilst Daryl Pilgrim got his nose in front against Marvin van Velzen, never really relinquished the lead, running out to 6-2 victor in that particular contest.
125.
As mentioned, slightly longer format, first to 7, best of 13 in these semi-finals. Who out of these 2, Scott, could that favour? Was this game for you
55.
just too even on paper to worry about?
Well, it was too even on paper, but we saw Devon's frailties maybe in the first game against Shane. Yes, it was first game on. Yes, it was, but he made such a slow start to the game. And you know, with these sort of big scoring merchants
100.
like Daryl Pilgrim, you cannot afford to have a leg off. You just cannot. Or even 9 darts off. And you can say the same in the next semi-final as well.
59.
Brooks and
Devon,
Adam
you require
Lipscombe.
161.
They are just treble 20 merchants, and they just keep smashing it. It's like they're throwing at it and go, oh, there's one.
65.
There's another one. Oh, there's another one. And that's what they keep doing. You can look at Luke Little, and that's exactly what he must be thinking.
This is somewhat the calm before the storm, because this place will get very loud when Adam Lipscombe takes
Devon,
on
you
Bradley
require
Brooks.
96.
These 2 for the right to play, one of them in the final. Peterson first poker,
Game shot
double
the
18
first
for
leg.
96 checkout.
Devon
Had to take out the
Peterson.
opening leg.
Second leg is
17
Daryl to
darter
throw
for the
first.
African Warrior.
Game on.
1-0 he leads in this contest.
96.
Peterson averaged 85.79 in his match against Shane Hayward, whilst
100.
Pilgrim was 11 points better than that, 96.64, hit 4 maximums in that victory against Van Velzen, and his doubling, Scott, I have to say, was delightful. 6 from 13 on the outer ring, just under 50% in that contest.
Yeah, everything that he wasn't doing during the week of qualification, he was sprinting off
76.
with the scoring and then not actually hitting the doubles for sort of 8 or 9 darts, and that probably affected his average. Usually he'd have been right up there
95.
in the averages.
Well, it was a comfortable hold for Devon in leg 1, and Pilgrim looks as if he's got a safe enough passage in leg 2.
140.
Even that
Darryl, you require
140 for Devon doesn't even want to
170.
finish, so 6 on the fish. Could do with a treble here.
100.
Finds it. Leaves himself on a 2-darter, forcing Devon to hit big. Realistically, 2 trebles required.
140. Darryl, you require
Realistically,
70.
that's exactly what he did. So in these moments,
Game shot on the second leg. Darryl
tidy
Pilgrim.
finish from Pilgrim.
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
Seventeen followed by
57.
15. Both players hitting their doubles with their first dart in hand.
$57.
Peterson looking to push on in this third leg.
140.
Because of his seeding, there's no bull-up for these semi-finals. So because Devon's the #1 seed for this competition, he had the advantage of throw in these semi-finals. So at some point, Pilgrim is going to have to find a break of throw. But Devon making that task hard work. However, that last slip there with dart 3 into the single 1 means he hasn't left to finish. And so Pilgrim may smell an opportunity here.
100.
Yeah, he will. And you see he was very conscious about staying straight. It's good ball management with that last dart. Treble 13, surely the route.
133. Darryl, you require 164.
Seen a couple of big finishes today. This would be the biggest of the lot. But just underneath the treble 19 wire with dart 2 on the 164. So Peterson is going to come back for 50.
79.
Should get 2 in his
Darryl,
hand.
you require 50.
To move 2-1-2 the good. To get his nose in front again. Double 16. Double 12.
Game
Well,
shot
slip
the
with dart
third
1, but
leg.
no mistake with dart
Devon
2.
Peterson.
Peterson, 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Still a long way to go. And still plenty of action to be had.
140.
Feels like one of those games,
60.
Scott, where at this present moment in time, both players are just jabbing and jabbing and jabbing. But yet to really see that real big first punch of the contest. And maybe it's going to be Pilgrim that lands the first haymaker. That's his second maximum of the match. The placards hoist up into the air.
140.
Just to remind you that
89.
there is no break in this game, so we will play until a winner. The final, we will have a break and
140.
after 8 legs of the contest.
Darryl, you require 92.
Breaks can cause a problem in players' minds as well.
52. Devon, you require
See it in other
161.
tournaments, a break comes at the wrong time for the player with the momentum.
Well, Pilgrim has been work perfect on the doubles so far. Admittedly, he's only had 1 attempt. He has 3 in his hand at tops. And now double 10. 1 left. Peterson's poised for the break if this doesn't go.
30.
And he's going to get a look at this 56 to move
Devon,
3-1 in
you require
front.
56.
double top. Double 10. Peterson does get the break. Pilgrim missed free at a double to square up. And Peterson now has a 3-1 lead.
It's like it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
He really is enjoying being back at the big time, and it seems that some of the stuff that he learnt is coming flooding back to him, Devon, isn't it? He may not have been in the situation for a while, but it doesn't go away.
140.
And you feel like he's the type of player that can really grow into a session. Played okay in his first match. He's averaging 103.5 here. He's being forced to play to that level because Darrell's averaging around a ton himself. But you feel like once he hits his stride, he really can manoeuvre forward.
40.
It's a trait of Devon's game, and he will hang in there. He'll struggle with the game with the guy with an 81 average, and he'll do a 75 and beat them. But at the same time, he has the capabilities to go through the gears and step up to whatever average his opponent is doing, particularly when he gets a couple of legs in front. Well, we all do. That's the way it works. It's like dart law.
65.
Well, Devon here laying down the foundations. The family can barely watch. Pilgrim missed 3 darts in the previous leg to level this game up at 2-2. And now Devon Peterson is looking at a 4-1 lead. If he can find double 8. No mistake. Devon Peterson is 3 legs clear of Darrell Pilgrim and now needs only 3 more to make it through to the final. 3 consecutive 15 darters for the African Warrior has turned this game in his direction.
60.
It was that first one, as we see Andy Boulton sat enjoying the action. It was that first at 1-1.
94.
For Devon to go 2-1. Pilgrim missed those darts, didn't he? And that was the first turning point in this game. And then Devon has added another 2 15 darters to
60.
that. And that's why you see him at 4-1. His concentration won't wane. He will continue now.
180.
Peterson continues to push forward, and it feels like Pilgrim is hitting a little bit of a wall.
140.
And this is why Devon's 4-1 up. 102.3, a couple of 180s. 96.08
100
for Pilgrim.
$38. Devon, you require 127.
It's not quite happening. And not even the better halves like the camera on them when their man's not quite happening.
Yeah. 63.
Oh, Peterson with all the time on side. This will be for the double break. It'll move him 2 clear.
57.
Shall I say
Devon,
4 clear with 2
64.
left to win after this. 16 for double.
You don't want to fluff your lines here. You want to get out straight away and show your opponent that you are giving no mercy. And now Pilgrim is thinking every time he gets there, he hits a double.
Devon to throw first.
And puts me under more pressure. Devon is playing the best game we've seen in many a year here against Darrell Pilgrim. That there is no doubt.
100.
Well, it's 4 consecutive 15 darters for Devon Peterson, and the doubling has been delightful as well. 5 out of 7 on the outer ring. But perhaps importantly as well, in the 2 visits in this game where he has missed a double, he has taken it next dart. Matthew Edgar talks a lot about visit functionality and that sometimes the stats could be a bit misconstrued.
60.
And maybe in Devon's case it can be, because every single time he's approached the board needing a double, he has taken it.
Yeah, and I understand exactly where Matt's coming from with that.
59.
Because it doesn't matter whether you take it with first dart or third dart. The functionality is you went to the board to take out a double with 3 in your hand, and you did it.
100.
So, yes, sometimes the stats can be misleading.
And Peterson is completely power scoring, the biggest power scorer in this particular tournament.
121.
Dowell hasn't had a dart at double since missing 3 opportunities to level this game at 2-2. Devon has completely restricted his opponent
41.
to not even breadcrumbs.
Yeah, he stifled him, but you don't want to give him a leg here. You don't want to give him an easy leg here, that's for sure. Devon really wants to go out here in 6 darts from 200.
That first dart is usually the perfect guide for Devon. He finds another one. He leaves himself on 60. And you get the sense here that this is must hit for Darrell. This is must go.
Tops.
77. Devon,
When
you
you
require
5-1
60.
down, those tops attempts don't go. When you're 5-1 up,
40.
I was just about to say you could even afford to miss the big number and get out. But you can't, because you can't see Pilgrim missing this. He does not stay down for this long.
Game
And there you go.
The
No matter how much he's up against it,
Pilgrim.
now he's given himself a lifeline. Now he has the darts.
Flag, it's Darrell
and
to
Devon
throw
knows
first. Game
that
on.
was a mistake. One missed 60, the other hit the 60. But look at what it does for the one that hit it in the momentum
100.
stakes.
And as you rightly mentioned, a breaker throw as well. If Pilgrim can hold here, we're back to 5-3. And suddenly things get interesting again.
60.
Now, all of a sudden, with that big number 20 miss, we're now getting treble 20 misses.
Well, this game is just
45.
beginning to plateau somewhat, and that suits Darrell down to the ground. It looked like for a second Peterson's purple patch was coming to an end, but he's rediscovered his scoring power to pile in his 3rd max of the contest. But Pilgrim was looking to follow suit, but what he has done is keep himself on the tail of Peterson, who has stolen the darts off the man from Croydon here.
26.
But with that slip, he's handed it straight back to Darrell.
Straight to a Henry Deacon commentator's curse moment to put in the bloopers for the Christmas
100.
show.
There's not enough airtime for my Christmas bloopers, Scott.
Don't forget, folks, all the reindeer run on electric.
90. Darrell, you require 116.
To bring it back to 5-3 and to ask questions of Devon Peterson, but that is a disaster of a first dart. If he stayed straight, he would have had a second opportunity.
80.
But what he will do is leave
Devon, you
himself
require
on a double
145.
if Peterson cannot find the 145. Treble 15. Not to be, and so Pilgrim to bring it back to 5-3. He's got 3 in hand
Darrell,
at
you
his
require
favourite
36.
double.
Game
Doesn't
shot the
miss.
eighth flag.
And now
Darrell Pilgrim.
questions begin to be asked of Devon Peterson.
Ninth leg, it's Devon to
He had
throw
led this
first.
game by 5 legs
Game
to
on.
1. It's now back to 5-3, but he does have the darts here to control the situation once again. But if he's broken, boy, is it game back on.
91. $134.
Yeah, could be a big turning point in the game here now.
60.
All of a sudden, Devon has kind of lost his rhythm a little.
$40. $81.
Well, that is what they're all competing for. The inaugural Global Championship.
60.
And now the tension of the situation really is beginning to sift in. Peterson led 5-1, back to 5-3, and both players
102.
are beginning to feel the heat a little bit. It's even worse for those supporting.
Yeah, I think she loves it, really. She says, oh, don't put the camera on me, but I think she loves it.
Interesting there that Pilgrim went through the ghost throw
86.
movement. We see it so often from
Devon,
him.
you require 167.
Trying to get something in motion. And it may well be that he has to find a three-leg spurt because Peterson has 6 and 167 to move to within a leg. He returns for 70 to move 3 in front and then need only 1 to cross the finishing line.
85. Devon, you require 70.
Does leave himself with a 2-darter, but is he going to get a look? 8-8 for Devon. Now 2 4s. In it goes. Devon Peterson is 1 leg away from the Global Championship final. For Darryl Pilgrim, he has to leave it all out here now.
93.
Ton 40 for Devon. Now Pilgrim will feel the heat.
$30.
Has the Pilgrim bubble burst here in this one?
40.
Well, he got away with it there. Devon didn't have a lot of luck with the dart on the floor. His leg is still in the balance.
96.
Devon will want to get it done here and now.
60. $58.
So Peterson within 6 darts now of victory. Cannot find a treble there. And now Pilgrim's got an opening on throw to bring it back to 6-4.
$60.
But he can only leave himself on 1-6-4. And so Devon Peterson now has got an opportunity to wrap this game up once and for all.
Great recovery from a big one there from Devon, and then he readjusts and finds the 2 treble 20s.
98. Devon, you require 80.
So Peterson, treble 20. He's got to be sensible with this one. Goes across to the right. He has a match dart.
Tops for the final.
60.
And a dart miss for the
66.
final. Pilgrim gets one last stay of execution. His favourite double 18 does
30.
not bail him out.
Devon, you require 20.
When he needed it most, he couldn't find it. And so Devon Peterson looks at double 10. This time, it could be Africa. Because Devon Peterson is into the final of the ADC Global Championship. He has beaten Darryl Pilgrim by 7 legs to 3 to progress through to the final. For the chance to play for £25,000 and for the chance to play for the inaugural Global Championship trophy. That the tail of the tape. Devon rattling off 4 15-darters in succession to get the job done. Peterson 7, Pilgrim 3. Our second semi-final is between Adam Lipscombe and Bradley Brooks, and that's coming up on the other side of this short break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Just 2 more matches to play at the ADC Global Championship after Devon Peterson got that 7-3 victory over Daryl Pilgrim. Adam Lipscombe and Bradley Brooks are up in the next semi-final. Then the winner will take on Devon Peterson, the #1 seed, in the final. It was a fantastic performance from Devon Peterson to get the better of Pilgrim in that previous match. And the African Warrior is downstairs talking to Henry Deacon.
Devon, many congratulations. There was a spell in the middle of the contest, 4:15 darters, where it looked like you really stretched the game away from Daryl.
Yeah, it was important. I mean, I know the quality Daryl is, and he's played on the Pro Tour, on the Challenge Tour, and he's won loads of things, and he's come here and dominated as well. I know he's power scoring, and I just needed to kind of unstabilize him in a sense and just make him feel like he's in a game at any point. And I managed to get that, like you said, and I knew that every single time I was chipping away with the last dart in hand. For any dart player, that's like a stab in the ribs, really, and you could tell by his demeanour, and it just grew stronger and stronger as the game went on.
Would you say consistency was your best trait in that match?
I feel as though it was a bit of, like we spoke yesterday, I mean, some games was scoring, some games was finishing, but in that there was just kind of almost structure in the game itself and just scoring at the right times and checking out the 81s between the 81s and the 110s, and those are the killers. It's the two darters that you have to hit a treble, and players kind of hate that because a lot of the times when it's 96, you almost think that there's a hope, and the hope that kills you. So yeah, I'm happy to get through that game, because that was certainly one of the tough ones for me. Not saying that the other ones wouldn't, but the way that which Daryl played is solid.
We spoke about it a little bit yesterday, but has the longer format today worked in your favour a little bit more?
Yeah, I think it's for a lot of the players. Like you've seen Charlie and Adam Lipscombe, they've played the first to 11, and there's a strategy that comes with that, and same with 7 as well. It's so many kind of, if you have the throw, you have so many throws on, and if you just break 1 or 2, it changes the game. And so that comes with a bit of experience and understanding how the structure works. So yeah, I feel as though the longer game format works, and especially when you're playing well, it's great.
Got a little bit of time before the final, obviously the second semi-final about to begin. What's going to be the plan and preparation ahead of the final?
So the ADC has provided us with a masseuse at the back, so she'll probably just massage the feet in the back. No, I'm joking. I'll probably just make sure that I keep focused on the board and make sure that I stay on the H2O as the athlete that I am.
Well, wish you all the best, Devon. Good luck at the final.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, always brings a smile to the face, doesn't he, Devon Peterson, in those interviews and the stage, and he's danced his way through to the final of the first ever ADC Global Championship. And I'm delighted to say that I've now been joined by the ADC's Head of Global Operations, Scott Hunt. Scott, welcome along to the live lounge. First of all, just give your impressions of today, because it's been an excellent standard, an excellent event so far.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us again. Once again, it's twice in 2 months now. Fantastic standard. Once again, I think it's been in the players' room just before there. Everyone's in good spirits. I was laughing and joking on beforehand before we got playing. So I thought there was going to be a decent standard. Everyone was relaxed, but great showcase and brilliant for amateur darts.
And that's what you've kind of been trying to do with the ADCs, isn't it? Give the players a platform so they've got something to aim for, and this is one of many of those that you provide.
Yeah, so that pathway that we've created, some of these players have been just playing local autumns and playing around their regional kind of area, and they've qualified for this. They haven't had to travel overseas or break the bank as I've used before, but definitely that pathway, that fast track to playing on big stages and creating these opportunities.
I just want to talk about a couple of the players that have played in the last 2 weeks. Adam Mould sat here after winning his group. He's someone who's really sort of helped the ADC. He's played in everything. I know he does a bit of organisation in his area as well. He was saying that he really committed to this. This is all he wants to play in amateur darts. And did you think there was a gap to be filled when you got involved with the ADC?
Yes, so touching on Adam, he kind of embraced it from the beginning. He was one of the early adopters, both in organising and playing, and he's reaped the rewards. He was the mainstay at #1 for quite a while, and he got the benefits of playing here, Modus Super Series, and he's gone on leaps and bounds. From an organisational point of view, he's helped massively in the south, east and the London area, and he's helped again with the tour, taking it to Bradmere Farm in Aylesbury, his local town. With regards to Adam, sorry, what was the question?
Adam, in terms of the players that have been involved and how they can progress. Another Adam actually, Adam Warner, he came through as an ADC qualifier. He went and got a PDC tour card, didn't he? So it just shows that you're providing a platform and experience for them to go on and achieve things maybe beyond their
yes.
dreams.
So back to kind of Adam Warner, as we discussed last month. He kind of took the advantages and took the opportunities in his area, his local area, kind of came here, won a week here, used the money and gone to Q school. Other players elsewhere, Tom Sykes is another one we've mentioned, but Adam Mould, back to Adam, yeah, perfect. He's kind of reaped the rewards, and he was unlucky not to make today, but I'm sure he'll be back in early January.
Just for those amateur dart players at home, they've maybe played in pub leagues before, they chuck in the garage or the spare room. What can they do to get involved in the ADC and try and end up playing somewhere like this?
Yeah, so I'd say first and foremost, our kind of the event you can get involved in straight away is the Vaults. So the Vaults is a round-robin format, so you get multiple games for your entry fee. So you're not standing around playing one game a night and you're off home. You get multiple games, at least 5 games a night. You can then go from like your local pub up to your regional level. If you play well at your regional level, you can qualify to play the Modus Super Series and play at our Vault National Finals. Again, stepping up all that way, that pathway. So what I would say is go to dartsatlas.com. You can search in your region, your area, find a local event, jump in, get started.
I've seen some of the events as well. I've not managed to get down to one yet, but they're really professionally run, aren't they? It's amateur darts kind of done professionally. You must be really proud of what you're putting on for the players.
Yeah, so back to the vaults. Thank you to all the organisers all over the UK island and now in mainland Europe. Thank you to them. They've kind of embraced what we've offered them. We're working together both to offer the players the opportunities. That's the main thing out of all of this, is the opportunities that we're actually offering the players. Back to the tour as well. Simon Rimpington, who was refereeing today, there's another opportunity we've given. He's kind of helped run the women's tour, the men's tour, that has offered these opportunities for these players. So all players, organisers, you know, the opportunities are there.
And as we've seen at this Global Championship, it's not just a UK-based thing, is it, this?
Yeah, so we credit to John Locken and the European team. They've done fantastic. We've now got Western tours, Southern European tours, Northern European tours, and we're offering opportunities in their home countries. They don't have to travel overseas, or, you know, everything is coming closer to them now, and those opportunities are what we want to offer. We don't want to. There's so many good players out there, and the standards rise, and then we want to, you know, give those players a platform.
I know you're a progressive thinker as well. Can you tell us anything about potential plans for the next year or the future?
I always try to keep the cards close to my chest, but we...
I have to try.
Yeah, no, well, we're maybe looking at something teams, you know. There's an opportunity there to our regional teams, maybe a team from Europe, a team from UK. There's all sorts we could do. It's kind of making sure that we are structured in each area that we're operating. We don't want to be kind of going too far ahead of what, you know, running before we can walk. I think we've grown at a good pace. We've introduced the Global Championship at the right time, and we had everything kind of all our concrete, you know, our area settled. But moving forward, let's see how big we can take this. That's the opportunity now. All these pathways will lead to the Global Championships ultimately. So yeah, just see where we go with this as well.
Yeah, great showpiece event. £25,000 to the winner. What a prize in amateur darts. And I'll tell you what, you haven't skimped on the trophy either. That's a beautiful thing. You're going to be handing that over to the winner soon, aren't you?
Yeah, so obviously the financial awards, massive, £55,000 on offer today, over £85,000 over the last 2 weeks. It's fantastic money for the amateur player. And yes, that trophy, if I'm not being biased, it's one of the best in the game that I've seen. So definitely a mantelpiece, you know.
Have to agree. Thanks for talking to us. Hope you enjoy the rest of the darts. Hope you enjoy it as well. We will be back with the semi-finals and the final here at the ADC Global Championship. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. The quarterfinals completed, the first semi-final completed. Devon Peterson, top seed, and through to the final, a 7-3 win against Daryl Pilgrim. Up next, Adam Lipscombe taking on Bradley Brooks, and Scott Mitchell has now joined me just to reflect on that win for Devon Peterson. That was very, very impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And it swung on 2 or 3 occasions, and all in Devon's favour. You know, one was early doors. I think Darren missed a couple of darts at a double, and Devon went 3-1. Then he went 15 on his own throw, went 4-1. Darren started trying to get into it, but I think at 5-3, when he started to look like turning the tide.
Yeah, this is that check out for 4-1 that you just spoke about.
That was massive. That was absolutely massive, because he hit that big one. And it turned the game at that point. And then there was another moment of 5-3. So even though he's gone 4-1, Daryl's then started to peg him back with a couple of legs and gets to 3. And then at 5-3, this 70.
Yeah, really, really superb, especially after missing the first start as well. He just stepped across the hockey a little bit, nodded ahead. He really does look confident at the moment, Devon Peterson.
I hate the term roll back the years for a player that's been there, done it, and bought the T-shirt. But I'm going to have to use it, because he really is finding his mojo again. He's remembering what it's like to be at the thick end of tournaments. And so he's doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, really good. And he goes on to get the job done as well, Peterson. Really animated when he's hitting these winning doubles as well. We saw it last night. We've seen it again today. The big roar that can be heard in South Africa from Devon Peterson. Very happy with that performance. I don't think many people thought he would demolish Daryl Pilgrim in that way. Maybe some thought he might win the match, but not in that dominant fashion.
I've got to be honest, I didn't think he'd win the match. I was sort of, my head was telling me that Daryl Pilgrim was winning that all day long. But those sort of demons came back for Daryl on a few doubles early doors, and once Devon got his nose in front, he really took off.
Absolutely. Let's just talk about the next semi-final, and the winner of it will be taking on Devon Peterson. Adam Lipscombe, of course, you've called it the fourth dart, the audience in here, but he's taken on a player in Bradley Brooks who really shone in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the numbers are telling me that, you know, my head is telling me that Bradley is you know, odds-on favourite for the game without doubt. But my heart is telling me that Adam's heart is big enough in this room to overcome, you know, adversity, and we're going to find out, because, you know, he's going to be under the cosh an awful lot of this game.
Might it help him that Charlie Martin really did give him a good workout in that quarterfinal?
Absolutely, yeah, of course it will. The harder the run you've had through, the more battle-hardened you are. So he really couldn't get more battle-hardened than a 6-5 against Charlie Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brooks, so if he just carries on playing like he played, and that's not just one match, by the way. He had some stunning performances just over a week ago when he played in his qualifying week, didn't he?
No, absolutely not. He's not been a flash in the pan at all in the last few weeks, and probably a little bit before that. You know, he's probably, you know, we know he's probably going to be the last time he's here, because his card is back, isn't it, I believe. So, you know, he wants to make the most of that chance.
Who's going to win this one?
My head says Bradley, but my heart of all hearts says Adam.
The farmer sits on the fence once again, but we will find out over a race to 7 legs. The second semi-final is about to get underway.
It's the madhouse. And finally, Adam Lipscombe is into the semi-finals. Goes his traditional way to give himself a clean dart at tops and a clean sweep of Andy Boulton.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship Finals. Live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our second semi-final of the afternoon. First of all, welcome on stage. It's the number 2 seed, baby boy, Adam Lipscombe! Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Adam's appointment this afternoon. It's our number 6 seed, Bradley Brooks Bam Bam.
I am number 1, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm balling.
So for the right to take on Devon Peterson in the final of the inaugural ADC Global Championship, will it be the Pompey player Adam Lipscombe or the Blackburn boy Bradley Brooks Bam Bam, who is, well, showing that he really has still got that skill that saw him win a World Youth title, World Youth Championship title, play on the Pro Tour as well. But Adam Lipscombe just has had that determination, that focus here in his hometown of Portsmouth to try and get a win, having experienced his first Saturday victory in this venue last week. Now he wants to lift the big one in front of a home crowd. He'll have his work cut out if Brooks can reproduce the kind of level he did in the quarterfinals when he won against Andy Boulton with an average of 103. To guide you through the action is back to Scott Mitchell, who is alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, Bam Bam and the baby boy for the right to face Devon Peterson in the inaugural Global Championship final. We know who the crowd will favour because they have a man who lives within 2 miles of this venue on the cusp of darting history. If Adam Lipscombe wins this, it'll make big news and big waves across Portsmouth.
96.
For Bradley Brooks, it would be a second massive title of his career. The 2020 World Youth Champion would back that success
85.
up with the 2024 Global Championship. The trophy's on stage, but this is the stage of the competition, Scott, which is the worst to lose in, isn't it? Because you come so close, but yet so far.
123.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a certain monetary value as well attached to getting through to the final. You will double your money to make the final from the semi-final. So
26.
These amounts of money do make a big difference to the players. It allows them to travel to different places that maybe they wouldn't have been able to have gone before and invest in themselves with the prize money. It's the notoriety around town, particularly for Lipscombe around here.
60.
This feels like a little bit of a different game for Bradley Brooks. He knows everything about Andy Boulton. That game, you expect them to both fire off. But there will be a case of an unknown quantity ship about these two potential, though they did meet in the same week in week 1. And Adam Lipscombe did beat Bradley Brooks in the semi-finals of that week. So Lipscombe has got good memories of facing Bam Bam, but he's missed 2 darts to win the opening leg. And we did see a 130 checkout from Bradley in his match against Boulton in the quarterfinals. Is he going to kickstart this game with a 138? Cannot find the second treble 19, and so
90.
Lipscombe back for double 5 to hold throw in leg 1.
No score.
Doesn't go.
Car 48.
Yeah, I don't know whether he went for the 8 there. I believe he did.
Game
Makes
shown
no
first
difference.
leg, Bradley Brooks.
Out it goes.
Second leg, Bradley to through first. Game on.
Well, that was a leg where Bradley Brooks didn't get out of 5th gear, but yet was able to get the break of throw. Lipscombe missing 5 opportunities there to win the opening leg. And we did see a similar passage in Bradley's match against Andy Boulton, where he got off to a slow start. Boulton allowed him back into the game, having missed 7 darts to go 2-0 to the good. Bradley took that leg and then ran away with that quarterfinal. Well, in fact, he didn't drop a leg from that point because he won by 6 legs to 1.
85.
And we've said so often, the Bam Bam is such a good front runner. Once he gets his nose in front, he is so hard to catch. And that's the issue Adam Lipscombe's got in this game.
Yeah, totally agree. And we know that his scoring capabilities are or have a very high ceiling. And there we go. There's a 180, and Adam's going to have to stay with that. He's going to have to find stuff that sometimes he hasn't found when needed. But I have to say, at the end of last week, he did. And we know that he's gone up another level with the standard of his game. And this is going to be a very important game for him.
70. Adam Car 81.
Mr. Dart at double 16 to double his lead. Lipscombe to break back. Bullseye for the baby boy, and this place would have erupted if it went. And so Brooks to rubber stamp his authority on the game. A 13th darter, a 2-0 lead for Bam Bam. He got the break from the get-go. He's doubled down and doubled his lead.
We did comment before
77.
the quarter-final how he's changed as a player. With his practice has given him a newfound belief. He knows where the darts are going. It's a case of just going up there and throwing them now. And he also has changed his temperament. His temperament is not so wild.
125.
And I think part of that is because he's playing that much better and doesn't find himself in situations to make himself so angry anymore.
You don't need to get angry when you play as well as this. And remember, in his quarter-final, he averaged 103.04 to batter Andy Boulton. 50% on his doubles.
85.
Everything about that performance was just so good for the boy from Blackburn.
60.
Lipscombe is just slightly outscoring Bradley in this game. But it feels like Bradley's getting the better opportunities in this match. Particularly after leg one, where Lipscombe missed a handful of double.
He did miss a handful of doubles. Since then, Brooks has restricted him to one dart at the bullseye.
89. Brother Car 122.
He has left himself tops if this 1-2-2 doesn't go. Treble 18. Would have left the bullseye for 3-0, and so Lipscombe will return for tops to half the deficit. No mistake that time. Adam Lipscombe's back in the contest. He's back at 2-1.
Paul Bradley to through first. Game on. $140.
You feel like this part of the game could be pivotal for Adam Lipscombe. You feel like he's going to have to keep toe-to-toe with Bradley. If he whittles away a 2-3 leg lead, it could be so hard for him to catch.
Yeah, you don't want Brooks to gap you at all here. You've got to stay within a leg.
140.
Adam's always said his biggest strength is his power scoring. And at this present moment in time, he is hitting more big scores than his opponent.
140.
Brooks leaves himself on a finish after 9 on the throw in leg 4.
27. And
he's got time.
61.
Yeah, poor visit there from Lipscombe.
$83.
He's 78 to go 3-1 the good.
60. Bradley Car 78.
And he's got a plethora of time to do so. Even that slip pleased him 66, and he doesn't have to chase the bullseye. He went for the bullseye to leave himself double 8.
28.
But he has left himself on 50. But now he's under pressure. Should get 2 in his hand. Double 16. Now double 8.
42.
2 darts have come and gone. And this, for Adam Lipscombe, is a big opportunity to level up. He was 2-0 down. And he's missed a dart at tops to square up. Huge exchange.
Game
Huge
shot, the
hit.
fourth leg. Bradley
Brooks
Brooks.
is too clear again. He's 3-1 to the goods.
Fifth leg, Adam to through first. Game on.
Lipscombe had a opportunity to equalise the game up. He couldn't take it. He's now 1 from 8 on the doubles in this
95.
contest. And they are beginning to look a little bit concerned.
$121.
When you're the player behind in these scenarios, Scott, what goes through your mind and what should be going through your mind to get yourself back in the game?
Nothing. Nothing should be going through your mind about anything other than yourself and hitting that treble 20 as many times as you can. And you've got to say to yourself, look, I'm down a little bit here, but if I can string a few scores together, let's see what happens from there. You break the game down into little tiny bits. You don't look as far as big as a leg. You break it down and go, right, I'm going to see if I can hit 3 tons in a row now and see what happens. Just silly little things that you have to do.
Undercut 86.
Potential 11 darter.
54.
He's now missed 2 more.
106.
He hopes that Brooks hasn't got his second ton plus checkout of the day up his sleeve. Triple 18. Doesn't go. Lipscombe's got 3 more.
74.
Just like he did in the opening
32.
leg. But this time, he delivers the goods. He's clinging on in this contest. But he has to find a break at some point.
$81. $140.
And the other thing for Bradley is he's done so well in this match to keep the crowd quiet. But if Lipscombe draws level, the atmosphere will begin to build again. They will begin to believe in their man.
45.
But this is beginning to get a little bit edgy, Scott.
Yeah, very much so is. And
$100.
So Brooks, 6 darts to retain that 2-leg gap.
96.
Yeah, big dart, that second one.
$60. Bradley O'Connor, 93.
This puts him 2 legs clear, needing just 3 more to play Devon Peterson in the final. Cannot find treble 14,
53.
But he will leave himself on tops.
56.
And Brooks won't mind restricting Lipscombe to shots from like
100.
156.
Bradley O'Connor, 40.
And him getting back with 3 in his hand at 40.
The 4-2.
Game shot
Tops
the
his
fifth
foul
leg.
first dart in
Bradley
hand.
Brooks.
Since opening up that 2-0 lead, Bradley Brooks
Seventh leg, Adam
has
through
kept
first.
Adam
Game
Lipscombe
on.
to at a minimum of 1. He is keeping control of this contest at every single
96.
juncture. And he is now 3 away from a place in the final to take on Devon Peterson. In terms of the scoring, there's nothing between the pair. But when it's come to the gilt-edged chances, it's been Bradley Brooks who's been able to
40.
hold his nerve. 4 out of 7 on the doubles for him. Adam Lipscombe has missed 9 at a double. And perhaps importantly, a lot
88.
of those misses have come in clusters.
Yeah, that's been the issue for Adam.
86.
And if he loses this leg,
60.
Scott, it'll feel like the beginning of the end for baby boy.
It will indeed. And I said if Bradley Brooks can keep the crowd quiet, He has a chance.
140.
And that's exactly what's happening here.
$85.
Well, this place used to be a church, and a little bit like Hogwarts, this place is a deathly hallow right now. It's been stunned to silence.
140.
Bradley Brooks continues to push and push and push on the Lipscombe door. And he's left himself on 95 to get the double breaker throw, to move free clear, to go 5-2 in front, double 19.
57. Out of the car, 112.
Could this be a lifeline? Doesn't quite
100.
go.
Out of the car, 38.
Straight for it. One dart.
30.
Is that a moment we look back on a little bit later on? Bradley Brooks has missed a couple of darts to move free clear, and Lipscombe's back to within one.
So having kept the crowd very quiet, a simple double 6 makes them erupt again. It was a holder throw for Lipscombe.
100.
4 darts missed.
140.
For a 5-2 lead.
$100.
And as we've mentioned before, these types of games have
100.
ebbs and flows. And is it ebbing back in the direction of Adam Lipscombe here, who hasn't been level since the first leg of the match?
121. $60.
Treble score for Lipscombe means that Brooks has got 6 here to continue that trend of Lipscombe going within 1 and then Brooks extending the lead again. And Bradley will be happy with that because it means at some point he's going to cross the finishing line.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
139. Bradley car 120.
That's a big score at a big time. Cannot find a treble, so Lipscombe here is going to get a chance to level up.
Car 62.
Has not been on terms since the first leg of the match. But he is now.
Adam Lipscombe. Ninth leg,
Coming back into it, isn't he?
Game on.
Misses from Brooks, the double 6 from Lipscombe, and now
140.
Lovely little tidy up. And a tops finish. Turn the tide once more.
100.
Bradley Brooks missed 5 darts at a double for a 5-2 lead. Since that point, Lipscombe
95
has gone bosh bosh, and he's back in this match at 4-4.
$140.
This is such a key leg, but both players are providing the goods.
115.
Every treble line now is like gold dust.
Yeah, that was really big.
56. Out of the car 151.
Adam Lipscombe has got 6 darts on 151 to lead this game for the first time. And he's left himself on a double after 12. It's an awkward one, but it's a double nonetheless. But Brooks has got a counter-attack. A max attack. The scoreboard pressure on this double 7. He splits. He hits! And Adam Lipscombe is 2 legs away. Ever since
Game on.
Bradley Brooks missed those darts, he hasn't won a leg.
Thank you.
A little run of 3 here for Lipscombe. 19 darts, 15 darts, 14 darts. He is getting better.
134.
And when a player starts doing that, you've got to do even more to break them. That's a good
100.
opening 1-3-4 from Bradley Brooks.
Well, at this point, it's a battle of wills. You look at the numbers, there's nothing to separate him. 92 plays 93 in terms of the
93.
averages. Doubling stats are pretty similar. It feels like now a game of who blinks first.
140.
And for Bradley, the problem he's got is the crowd are right into it here. He did so well to keep him so quiet, but now it's raucous.
I think the Charlie Martin fans that are still
64.
left in here are now in favour of Lipscombe.
100.
He needed that. Brooks needs something big here. Ideally, a couple of trebles. Can't find
60.
anything.
Adam Carr 161. $79.
Covered nicely
Carr,
after making a
150.
mistake of missing the big number.
Another.
$130. Adam Carr 82.
Nicely tidied from Brooks. A beautiful dart for the bullseye, but you have to say, shaky darts for the double 16. This could be another momentum changer. Another big bit in the game.
10.
Oh, he was talking to himself as he threw it there. Was Brooks, this is big chance. And he takes it. It's a big chance. He now has a chance to serve the match out. He has the darts.
Game on.
Bradley Brooks has missed 4 darts to go 5-2 up. He's now missed another 3 to level
100.
up at 5-5. Adam Lipscombe from Portsmouth is a leg away from the Global Championship final in his hometown, but Bradley Brooks will not give up without a fight. He is going to make Adam Lipscombe work for the biggest win of his career so far.
He sure is. I could be playing Adam here, and I'm only from 40 minutes up the road, and I'd still be the outsider in this one. He is that local and has that much support in here.
100.
He is on the cusp of history for himself. But what he can't do is overthink the enormity of the situation.
55.
And this is a leg. This is a leg on the Lipscombe throw. If Brooks wins this, he has the darts to take us all the way.
Now, what I've noticed here is that Lipscombe's pace has dropped
42.
off. Brooks's pace has dropped off, and now Lipscombe's pace has dropped off, and he's not throwing the darts quite as hard. They're looping a little bit more.
100.
Needs to find a pick and hit.
54.
Now then, Adam
Undercar
Lipscombe,
161.
can you get it done in style? Treble 17. Bullseye for the baby boy.
136.
It was the width of a wide. Now Bradley Brooks readies himself. It's Hail Mary time for him. If he doesn't hit this, he probably goes home. 25 found, treble 20. Doesn't go. Adam
65.
Lipscombe is going to get
Undercard
2 more
25.
darts for the final. Double 8. Adam Lipscombe will play in the Global Championship final in his hometown of Portsmouth. He breaks the heart of Bradley Brooks as he beats him 7-4. He missed 4 darts in Bam Bam for 5-2 lead. He then missed another 3 to level up at 5-5. And then Adam Lipscombe picked the pieces up. A power play in the middle of the match has sent the baby boy through to the final. Scott, we have a look at the statistics here. Lipscombe winning 7-4. He held his nerve when it mattered the most, when it came to the doubles.
Yeah, there was a point
It looked like it was going to get away from him, but he rallied. He rallied and then sprinted for home, and what a game from Adam Lipscombe.
So it's Adam Lipscombe up against Devon Peterson for global supremacy.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route, and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back. Here's what's happened at the ADC Global Championship Grand Finals. Quarter-final wins for Peterson, Pilgrim, Lipscombe and Brooks. And it is the top 2 seeds that are going to contest the final. Adam Lipscombe, before the break, getting that 7-4 win against Bradley Brooks. Even though he is second seed, maybe a bit of an underdog in terms of his career, what he's done before. But it is really interesting now, isn't it? We've got the 2 players going head-to-head that have won the 2 weeks.
And I've got to say, I didn't see that coming right at the start of the day. I thought there were bigger scorers, bigger hitters, better double hitters in the moment, but that's not proved to have been the case. It's been these 2, and it does go to show why they've been the 1 and 2 over the last 2 weeks.
And let's just reflect on that last semi-final. Bradley Brooks, you spoke about double hitting. He missed a couple of real key opportunities, didn't he?
Yeah, the big one, he had a chance to go 5-2 there, didn't he? And he was 4-2 up. I think we got that moment as a clip, but it just seemed to change the game for him.
Yeah, you see the opportunity here. He had just missed the double there, and Adam Lipscombe then takes that out. That really turned the game for both players.
It just hurts as a player to have it go against you. It hurts. You've done all the hard work in a real pressure situation to get yourself going, and then it all goes wrong, and then everything goes squirrely in your head, and then you're telling yourself it's not your day. The demons start to come in, and you then convince yourself that it ain't for you, because at that point, Bradley Brooks still wasn't playing bad. But I don't know what happened. Something happens in our silly little minds of a dart player, and it was Adam then he'd reeled off 3 there on the trot, 16, 15 to hold, which makes Bradley have to hit a 12, 14 to break, and that then makes you very difficult to beat, and your opponent's head is going, nah, he's not going to give this one up today.
Yeah, Brooks also missed darts for 5 apiece as well. Lipscombe almost won it in style, didn't he? A brilliant 1-6-1 attempt at the end. That would have, I think, brought the house down, wouldn't it?
It really would have done, but I think it's good for him that it didn't finish on that he had to come back and gather his thoughts, gather his nerves, and finish it off.
And to do it without the drama that he did in the quarterfinal, that's gone out of his mind now, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and you've probably got the 2 most popular people in that back room amongst the players that you could have had in the final.
Yeah, cleaned it up nicely, this 25 remainder after that bullseye miss. A bit of a relief there, but it was absolute elation from the audience, most of them anyway, supporting Adam Lipscombe here, as you guys have been talking about in commentary. He's very, very close to this venue here in Portsmouth. He spoke, didn't he? We mentioned it earlier in the show, that he spoke about how he'd put himself under pressure when all his friends and family were in this venue, but he's learned to try and deal with that. And I think we actually saw him feed off that during that match. Would you agree?
I would absolutely 100% agree. It was much better for him there. He did feed off of the crowd. He's had 3 or 4 occasions now where it's kind of gone wrong for him here before. And this last couple of weeks, it just seems that something seems to have turned, and part of that is he's getting used to the support of being here, and long may that continue.
What about Bradley Brooks? He's not going to be in the final, but another player who's showing signs of a return to the top form that used to see him play at the Ali Pali and on the Pro Tour. He could get back there very quickly.
Well, with the money involved there, he'd be super disappointed with that game, because he had 2 of the opportunities. He put himself in a position, as we say, at 4-2 and at 5-5, and it just didn't happen for him. But hopefully, give him an hour or 2, and he'll realise it's been a really good campaign for him here in the Global Championship, and that will see him in good stead for 2025.
Yeah, performance of the day, the match we just saw against Andy Boulton for him. Let's just have a quick chat about Devon Peterson as well. That's the player that Adam Lipscombe's going to play in the final. Speaking of a player returning to form, I mean, the last couple of weeks have been incredible for Devon.
Yeah, he walked into the building, not even himself knowing where he was with his game. So he really has found out so much about himself. And there'll be times where he would, before the injury started to recover, he won't have known whether he was ever going to return to anything like what he was. But he's proved that that's the case. He's throwing without any pain now. He said, now I can concentrate on the ball because I can't feel my wrist hurt. And it's just, everything is starting to go his way. And we know he plays with a big smile on his face when he's confident. And he's pretty much been smiling most of the last 3 or 4 days here, because I think no matter what happens here, yes, he would love to win it. But once again, if you'd have told him when he walked in the building on Thursday that he would make the final and be going home with £10,000 at worst case scenario, he'd have bit my arm off, your arm off, and Henry's.
Absolutely. Well, look, it means a lot to a few people in this venue for Adam Lipscombe. It means an awful lot to a lot of people in Africa to watch Devon Peterson, who has been their ambassador. He's been the person, their role model that they've all looked up to. And for him to achieve this today would be another inspiration for them, wouldn't it?
It's massive for both players. Yes, a nation is right behind Devon, and we know he carries that nation on his shoulders. We've got Adam Lipscombe here carrying an area on his shoulders. I think we're going to have some sort of final here. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, totally different paths. They've had Devon Peterson as being a star of this sport for a while, but Adam Lipscombe, undoubtedly this would be the biggest thing for him, and to be able to do it in his hometown, I mean, what would that mean?
Well, it would be absolutely amazing. I've got to say, you dare to dream, and he's been daring to dream now since he got through last week, and yeah, well, I can't even. I'm just thinking about it, being a local person myself, what it would mean to me. So what it would mean to Adam, being, you know, a stone's throw away. Well, yeah, you can't. Yes, gets you gets you all a bit emotional.
Yeah, real hometown hero stuff. Adam Lipscombe is through to the final of the first ever ADC Global Championship, and we have spoken to Adam about his incredible journey.
So I started playing when I was 18. I played to about 23, but I was doing like the youth development tour back then. It used to be called Challenge Tour actually, I think, the youth one. And then I couldn't play anymore, I just give up, because it wasn't like nothing like dark, it was just pressure. And everyone was going, all my friends were going out or going away on holiday, and I was like in Barnsley on my home, like playing that, and it just sort of got too much in the end. I gave up for 5 years, I think.
What made you come back?
Watching the World Championships. See Nathan Aspinall, Ross Smith, they all played in the youth tour when I was younger, and I was like, oh. And I see John Roby Rodriguez, I think it is. I was like, oh, he used to play as well. I used to sit at the table with him, and then she said, oh, you never used to be like any good. I was like, oh, I did. You never play, and we sort of like got my darts back off my dad, and then just got back into it. And then 9 months later, I was playing there. I've won one qualifier, got back on Modus, and that week I won that. It's my first time I went to a Saturday night. So that's sort of like, give it a bit, and it seems everything I ever do with it. And I won the bout as well. And then also being included in this. I didn't really know anything about the globals, and then went on the off chance to a competition and walked away to win it, and then I'm involved, and now I'm into the grand final. So I've worried so much about trying to win one, and then when you do it, it's just like, oh, it's sort of like, I don't know, it's like, I don't know. It took a few days, and we watched it all back the next day, and then it sort of sunk in then. And so it's the biggest comp I've been involved in, and yeah, it's massive for me, yeah. Last Saturday, I was like, playing the first game, went 2-0 down to Seb, 3-0 down. I looked around, my sister went, like, pointed at the trophy. I was like, I haven't actually looked at it tonight. And then, boom, just kicked in. It all started going. I was like, oh, that's probably all I needed then, just like see my sister and that, saying like, come on. And I was like, oh yeah. And it just all started clicking together, yeah. A lot of people like around the local area, how you going, how you doing, you right? I was like, yeah, like, how's the darts been going? It's every time I can't even go to Tesco without seeing about 8 people. They do all say that as well, at the back, like the players, they go, oh, if you get through, it'll be a big crowd tomorrow. I'm like, oh, yeah, and they like it as well, don't they? So, I don't know, as there's ups and there's downs, yeah, sometimes it's a bit like, you feel like you need to win. And other times you just, yeah, it's nice to have so many like, people want to come. And then I've been like bombarded with people trying to get tickets this week, so I think it'll be busy.
What are your darting ambitions and aspirations?
My biggest one is to get on the Pro Tour. That is actually, that comes above most other things. And then, yeah, just hopefully carry on playing here. So if I do get on the Pro Tour, I can't come back, and that's a bit devastating, but that's what I want to be. I want to be like known to be a professional. So.
Well, I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Jack. Cheers.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8 maybe 9 times out of 10, it's 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Oh, yeah!
On a 4th leg.
Oh, beautiful!
Everything from now is a Welsh accent.
At 8. 1.
But like this. Oh, thanks for that.
No. Just
It was 2, and then a ginger celebrity.
2 for the old Jake from the Tweenies. He's going to weigh me in a minute. Just into that one.
I'm not an aggressive person.
What have you done?
The plan was if nothing wasn't go to plan, we would have just went back to the lives that we had. Oh, you're running around like a madman. And blah, like, yeah, never seen you so happy. I was like, what?
But look at this, George Scapey straight in. Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God!
Calm down a little bit just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker!
Yes, you beauty!
Whoops.
180.
Oh. It is number 3 for the week.
Johan Brouwer.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic 2024 here at the Modus Super Series, of course, now on our 24/7 channel on Pluto TV, ending the year by hosting the ADC Global Championships, and the final is just about 10 minutes or so away. It's going to be Adam Lipscombe against Devon Peterson in that, but let's look ahead to the new year, Scott, because there's some fantastic stuff happening in this venue next year. In fact, we can show you what is on offer in 2025. It's going to kick off with a Women's Week, then a Legends Week, and then Series 10 is going to get underway towards the end of January. Halfway through the series, the return of Double Trouble, an event that Scott's played in before, then the second half of the series, and that kind of pattern is going to be repeated through the year, but with the addition of International Pairs Weeks and a Rising Stars Week for 16 to 21-year-old players. And, of course, the ADC Global Championship will return to end off the season schedule here at the Live Lounge. Tickets available for all those events at dartshop.tv, and you can watch all of them live on Pluto TV. Scott, there is plenty coming up next year to get excited about.
There really is. You know, the Women's Week we come straight back into, and then that's the Legends Week after that, and then we actually have a a regular week, then we're going to double trouble. I think it's going to keep everything really interesting next year, because it's not going to be the same old out of one into and then onto the next. There's going to be distinctive breaks between the series, and I think that's exactly what it needs. And like I say, the international pairs, I like the look of that as well. So there are players out there that play better when they're paired up with somebody than when they are on their own. So it'd be good to see some of those players playing. But I just can't. It's exciting, you know. At the Live Lounge here, we keep seeming to go forward every time I return, and that's another step forward for 2025.
Yeah, don't forget, of course, the content continues 24/7 here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV, but the live action resumes on the 6th of January when the Women's Week gets underway. It's the second one that we've held here at the Live Lounge. The last one was won by Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Unfortunately, couldn't make it this time around, but Lisa Ashton is in this one. She wasn't last time. Steph Clark, Trina Gulliver, Vicky Prum, Gemma Hayter, of course, who won the WADC title here, and Kirsi Vinnakainen of Finland in Group A. Our very own Laura Turner out of the commentary box onto the stage. Scott knows all about that in Group B with Lorraine Winstanley. A debut for Robin Byrne. And in Group C, Dieter Hedman, the 16-year-old sensation, Paige Pauling, and Katie Sheldon. So some new names in there. We haven't got Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrick this time around. Of course, they had some fantastic matches last time. It's an opportunity for somebody else to add their name to Rhiannon O'Sullivan on the Road of Honour.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Robin Byrne, actually, because I think she was on holiday on the last one. I think she had an invite and she was unable to come on holiday. And she's a really gritty, determined character. And particularly I see her at internationals when she's represented the Republic of Ireland. And her and Katie Sheldon are like a comedy act anyway. They're like the two Julies instead of the two Ronnies. But so having the both of them will be entertainment. That the best of they both make the Saturday night. That'll be an interesting evening in the players' room.
Yep, second week, but one of the new additions to the calendar is coming up the week after that Women's Week, and that is going to be a week of legends.
The ball. It's perfect on paper. What a start.
What a finish. What a start to the match for Trina Gulliver.
He's on the second set.
And finds it. There you go.
What's going on here? It's all. 108! And he knows it.
Yeah, some new old faces, if that makes sense, coming to the Live Lounge. Steve Beaton is going to be making his debut along with Vincent van der Voort, Kevin Painter, Richie House and Robert Thornton, Neil Duff and Richie Bennett, all of them TV title winners in Group A. Daryl Fitton joins Chris Mason looking for a second win on the Super Series stage with Van der Voort in Group B, and Trina Gulliver, 10-time world champion, of course. Wes Newton, former Premier League player and major finalist, and 3-time world champion Martin Adams. It's a lineup of players who have all achieved very, very good things in the game.
Yeah, very much so. I'm looking forward to seeing Wes Newton. We were on the BDO circuit for a bit when he dropped off the PDC. He's an entertaining person in the back room, and he'll be good to be out there. And obviously the philosophies of Chris Mason in that group, that'll be fun as well. So, yeah, it's not just all about the star names. It's about the ones that are here as well that we see on the TV and know and love. And I think that's an amazing week again as well.
Note your name's not on the list, Scott. Legends Week. I do think you fit the bill. But while we've got you, last live show of 2024, what are your plans for 2025?
I've entered to go back to Q School a couple of days ago. I decided it's probably be my last one, really, I think, at the age that I am. And I look forward to that. So I will be putting the work in to go there. And then we'll see what happens after that, really. I think the way that darts works now, once you put your name down for Q School, you've got to back yourself a little bit, and you don't sort of commit to anything after that. So that's been the way, and we'll see where the cookie crumbles, and we'll make decisions after that.
We'll still see here, either up there or down there, or both. We'll see what happens. But let's just get back to today. One more match for you to commentate on this year, and it will be Devon Peterson against Adam Lipscombe after both got through their semi-finals. The top two seeds meeting in the final. You said before that you didn't really expect that to be the case, but it just shows that winning breeds confidence, and confidence breeds winning.
It does, and momentum breeds winning as well, and both have the momentum going into this, having had, special wins for them. Dev against Pilgrim, obviously, who we know scores like a trooper, and he overcame that. And I liked his interview afterwards where he said, I knew I had to succumb to what he does and do things my way, and in the end, that was enough for Devon. And obviously, Adam's got this crowd behind him, and they all want to see him win so badly here. So that trophy wouldn't be leaving too far, would it? Just going a mile and a half up the road. So, hey, I'm just looking forward to a really big final. And I think as long as the best man wins on the night, I'll be a happy person.
Well, Henry Deacon's been our big match commentator. Henry's about to commentate on this final. Where do you see this game being won and lost, of course, in this extended format?
I think this is where the experience of Devon Peterson could really come into play. We saw in the semi-final, Adam missed a few darts at double early on in proceedings, but there was a bit of a wobble, wasn't there, from Bradley Brooks in the middle of the match. The way Devon's been playing this week, I don't expect that type of wobble. And we saw in his semi-final against Darrell, he reeled off 4 consecutive legs of 50 to really turn the game in his favour. Now, what that's demonstrative of is the fact that leg on leg, he is around that 5-visit range. It gives opponents opportunity on throw, but if you're a little bit off it, then Devon's going to pick up the pieces. We should also mention that Devon's played in games like this before, where you have a break in the middle of a match. Adam has never been involved in that particular situation before. He won't maybe know what it's like to play 8 legs in a final, come off stage, have an extended break, and then come back on again. Everything about this is brand new for Adam, and everything about this is familiar territory for Devon. However, there is one key thing, and this is what works in Adam Lipscombe's favour, is he has everybody that he cares about in this building. Anything that can inspire him ahead of the biggest game he's ever played in is there and on that stage.
Henry, what have you made of the day overall? It's the first time we've had this kind of event, this extended format, round-on-round knockout event here. Do you think today's the day that the ADC Global Championship really has kind of found its own identity?
Yeah, and I think we've mentioned in the past, this is the first time we played beyond best of 7 legs in this building before, because even when we play a Champions League final, that is a best of 7-leg affair. So this is something brand new. This is something the ADC can make their own, and I think we've seen over the course of the day that we've seen different things, an extended format, also differences in terms of how the seedings pan out and how the seedings are formed. The top-seeded players, for example, got the advantage of throwing the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, whereas in most other competitions, regardless of the circumstances, you will have a straight build-up, although it will be the case for the final because it would be unfair for a final to be determined via a different means. It's definitely different, and I suppose in a landscape of the sport where everybody's vying to have their own identity, you have to try something different. The ADC have been bold, they tried something different with their format, and I think they'll look back at the 2 weeks that we've had here at the Live Lounge as a successful fortnight.
Thank you very much, Henry. He is going to talk through the final with you, Scott, and all it really leaves you to do is tell us who's going to win. Is it that head and heart situation again?
It's definitely the head and heart situation, because I've got to still play with these guys. It's okay for you guys sat in here. My head said probably Devon's got a little bit too much, but my heart said this crowd is going to drag Adam over the line.
Devon Peterson is a guy who thrives in any crowd, isn't he, as well? So of all the opponents to face in the final, I think he's the one it might bother the least.
Look, he's never hated in the crowd. Everybody loves Devon. There's not a place in the world that he goes that he's not loved and appreciated. So, yeah, it's the right final. But, yeah, my head says Devon's just got a little bit too much. But my heart says that Adam can be dragged over the line by this crowd.
There we go then. Right, £25,000 on the line. Devon Peterson about to take on Adam Lipscombe in the final of the ADC Global Championship. That is coming up next. Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go!
Jaden
Walker taking and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
This time, it could be Africa, because Devin Peterson is into the final. Double 8. And Lipscombe will play in the Global Championship final in his hometown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's your ADC Global Championship Grand Final. Will you please welcome first to stage your Week 1 winner, your number 2 seed, the winner of the Southern UK qualifier. It's the baby boy, Adam Lipscombe! And will you please welcome Adam's opponent? He's your Week 2 winner, and he's your number 1 seed. It's the African warrior, Devin Peterson!
So a year's worth of amateur darts comes down to this, and in particular the last 2 weeks played out here at the Live Lounge for the big showpiece finale of the amateur darts circuit season. The Global Championship concludes with this best of 17 contest between the local lad Adam Lipscombe in his hometown here in Portsmouth, won the Southern UK qualifier and now finds himself in the final and playing for £25,000 against Devon Peterson, the 38-year-old from Cape Town in South Africa. He's the number 1 seed. He's taking on the number 2 seed. Peterson played his way past Shane Hayward and Daryl Pilgrim to get here, while Lipscombe got the better of Charlie Martin and Bradley Brooks. Big moment for both these players. The big prize on the ADC circuit. Will Lipscombe play up for
Ladies and gentlemen, it's your ADC Global Championship Grand Final. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, they're certainly making the noise for Lipscombe, the local lad. Or is it time for Africa to get that big win? Talking you through the final. For one more match in 2024, it's Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
The battle for global supremacy has reached its grand ending. A showdown
85.
between a man who was born and raised in Mitchell's Plain in South Africa against a man who is playing the biggest match of his life in the city
40.
he was born and raised in. Devon Peterson is not just doing it for him, but he's doing it for his people and his continent. While Sir Adam Lipscombe, this
100.
is the culmination of his darting journey, and everybody who means something to him is in attendance to witness
58.
it. One final game, £25,000 is the prize, and the first ever ADC Global Championship is on the line. The first max of this best of 17 final goes to Devon Peterson.
133.
Scott Mitchell is alongside me for the
Devon, you
ride.
require
And what a ride this could be.
136.
Yeah, indeed. We, lucky enough, have a ticket to ride up here in the
96. Adam, you
commentary
require
box and have had all day.
170.
And I have to say, this ADC Global Championship has been a bit of a revelation,
44.
hasn't it, the last
Devon,
few
you
weeks?
require
And it
40.
culminates to this. Our big final, first to 9.
Game shot on the first leg. Devon Peterson.
There will be a break.
Second
after
leg,
8
it's
legs.
Devon to throw first. Game on.
Devon settles earliest and breaks the Lipscombe throw.
140.
Simon Wymington refereeing the first half of this final
60.
before Paul Hinks will take charge of the conclusion of this year's ADC Global Championship. The last match to be played in this
100.
building in 2024. And what a fitting crescendo to what has been a record-breaking year here on the South Coast. For Adam Lipscombe, it's been a year where everything's changed. He made his first finals night of the Modus Super Series in March. He won some ADC qualifiers. He continued to improve to a point where he's playing in a game of this significance. However, Devon Peterson has got off to an inspired start.
134.
He's left himself a
Devon, you
1-2-1
require
after 9. He
121.
got the break in leg 1. He's looking to affirm it with a hold here and move 2-0 to the good.
97. Adam, you require
On a
167.
double after 12 again. And Lipscombe cannot take out the 167. We saw this kind of purple patch on
85.
Peterson in his
Devon, you
semi-final
require
win
24.
against Daryl Pilgrim. He reeled off 4 consecutive 15 darters
Game
to
shot
blow
the
away Mr.
second
P.
leg.
And he's got off to
Devon
a strong start
Peterson.
here. A 13 darter
Third
to
leg
put
is
him
Adam to
2-0 to
throw
the good.
first.
And Adam Lipscombe
Game
so
on.
far hasn't had a look in this final, Scott.
No, we spoke about Bradley Brooks having to keep the crowd quiet. Devon knows exactly what he's doing in this situation. Look at the
55.
focus on him. And he's keeping the crowd quiet. Is it a 2-leg
60.
spurt? Only time will tell, but we do know that he sat there on 106.2 average at the minute.
85.
180 in the bag.
However, what we do know is Adam Lipscombe twice came back from 2 legs down to eventually beat Bradley Brooks. He trailed 2-0, he trailed 4-2 before eventually getting over the line. A 7-4 victor had to evade 4 darts to a 5-2 deficit in that final. So we know that he's made a strong stuff, but perhaps Devon Peterson in the early exchanges of this game is playing a lot better than what Bradley Brooks did in that game. It's the third leg in a row, Scott. He's led 1-2-1 after
Devon,
9.
you require 121.
Yeah, and Adams got to do something quickly. He's there on 1-2-1, but he's thrown 3 darts more.
57. Adam, you require
Devon
121.
can't keep this pace up. This will turn the game.
96.
Not quite to
Devon,
be
you
on this
require
occasion.
64.
So Peterson comes back for 64, and you just wouldn't bet against him the way that he's opened up.
Game shot on the
And
third
that is
leg.
exactly what he's
Devon
done again.
Peterson.
So he's 3-0 up. He's had
Fourth leg, it's
4
Devon
darts
to
and a double
throw
and hit
first.
3 doubles.
Game on.
The numbers on the legs: 14 darter, 13 darter, 14 darter. Wow, wow, wow.
This is devastating from Devon. But he's been showing these signs all week long. He's been showing
60.
glimpses that he's getting back to his best.
Yeah, now is not the time to be leaving it in the practice room. Now is the time to get it out there for the final, and
140.
that is exactly what he's doing.
I know we're only 3.5 legs in, but he's averaging 113.81, which earlier on in the week would have pretty much been the game sealed right here, right now. But if he wins this leg, he still wouldn't be to the halfway point of victory.
Look, he hasn't mistimed it.
60.
He's timed this run to perfection, has Devon.
55. Devon, you require 161.
Well, this is such a huge occasion for both players, but it feels like Devon has been able to settle down quicker than Adam, who did also play the
65.
second semi-final. So he's had that big spike and then come back out not long after.
Yeah, and it's very difficult.
60.
The adrenaline is
Devon,
still
you
pumping
require
and pumping and pumping
96.
with such a big win in the semi-final, and the £10,000 that goes with it.
80.
So it makes it difficult then to, 15, 20 minutes later to have to step out and try and get yourself going from a
97.
start and do it all again.
Devon, you require
Let's not forget
60.
Devon's only a third of the way there at the minute. That was wayward from him.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Devon
It's
Peterson.
the job done on
Fifth
double
leg,
two.
it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Took it 4 darts, but it didn't have to worry about getting it done quickly. But Lipscombe with his first real power score of the game. In 7 minutes of playing time, Devon Peterson has built up a 4-0 lead.
81.
He's picking apart Adam Lipscombe bit by bit right now.
55.
But they'll still back there, man. Right until the very last dart.
The people that have come here to back him will not be disappointed no matter. He's given them a great day by making it to the final.
134.
He's now starting to find his feet, isn't he?
Well, he's left himself on
Adam, you require
135. He's going to get a couple of goes to pull one back. And he's going to get a dart.
95.
He wanted it at the bull, but has decided to lay up for tops.
Obvious to see that.
Tops after 12. This has been a really
Adam,
good
you
leg in
require
response for
40.
Adam Lipscombe. Double 10 will settle him down. He's into the final. He's on the board. And because it's such a long format,
throw first.
he has got room and he has got time just to feed himself into this mammoth match.
140. 100.
What do you think the worst case scenario is for Adam Lipscombe in terms of scoreline heading into the
41.
break?
Well, yeah, it could be 7-1. It could be the worst case, but
100.
I think we're finding a little resurgence in him now. Pace has come out of the game a little bit now, and that suits Devon more than Adam.
60. Devon, you require 140.
For normal service to resume, Devon's got 6 on 140. And he's going to leave himself at the
100.
tops after 12.
$99. Devon, you require 40.
Double top.
Game
It's
shot on the
5-1
sixth
Peterson.
leg.
It's
Devon
another
Peterson.
13 darter. And it is
Seventh leg, it's
normal
Adam to
service
throw
resumed
first.
for the African Warrior.
Game on.
So far in this final, averaging just a shade under 101. 5 out of 9 when it comes to his
95.
doubles. In one of the biggest games he's ever played in, he is playing an inspired match.
100. 85. 100. 140.
Big 140 that. It doesn't leave him on a finish, but it forces Peterson into a big score here.
60.
And he's unable to find it, and so Baby Boy has 6 starts to reduce the gap back down to 5-2.
45.
Although that slip for the last is punishable.
41. Adam, you require 136.
6 darts on this point for Lipscombe.
58.
Leaves himself on 78. On the UK South qualifier to get here, beating Johnny Haynes in the final.
60. Adam, you require 78.
Double 10,
Game on the
5-2.
7th leg. Adam Lipscombe.
He's back to within 3. The crowd still believe.
Eighth leg, it's Devon
The
to
crowd
throw
still
first.
cheer.
Game on.
Peterson 5-2 to the good. But this is a big leg. Because for the first time in this building, we get to say the words, break at the end of this leg.
140. 100. 55.
How big this would be for Lipscombe if he can take us into the interval at just 5-3 down.
125.
What a platform it would give him for the rest of the match. But Peterson doing his absolute utmost to open up a 4-leg cushion going into the interval. He's going to get a look at 135.
100.
But he's only going to get one look at it potentially.
135. $115.
115 left. Peterson just going through his dart smash
23.
regime.
Adam, you require 136.
136 for Lipscombe, and how that would have really got the crowd's tail up going into the interval. But Peterson
80.
to keep him quiet.
Devon, you require
112 to go into
112.
the break with a 4-leg lead and would then only need 3 more to cross the finishing line. It doesn't go. And so Lipscombe will look at 56.
80.
To bring it back to
Adam, you
him in 2.
require 56.
And to give himself a real platform going into the second half of this final. Tops.
36. Devon, you
Is
require
that the turning
32.
point?
I think we heard the combined R's over the microphone of the referee.
Gage on the 8th flag. Devon Peterson.
Devon Peterson will go into the break with a 4-leg lead in the Global Championship final. The African Warrior is just 3 legs away from global glory. At the break, Devon Peterson 6, Adam Lipscombe 2.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back. Well, the final is well underway and Devon Peterson is closing in on a victory. He's 3 legs away, Scott. Where has he succeeded where Adam Lipscombe hasn't so far?
Well, for me, he just took off in those first 3 legs where I think we looked at it, it was 14, 13, 15 or something, and really set his stall out, and that makes you then very difficult to clash. But if you look there, 6 from 10 on the doubles is amazingly good from Devon for such a big final.
Damon Hetter at the World Championship yesterday, it came up on the screen, 45% was his checkout success rate for the year. That was the best in the PDC, the elite of the game. Devon Peterson's beating that in this match. If he carries on like that, he's going to win, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. But he's taken his chances really well. It was something that he was very rusty on Thursday and Friday when he came into the building. And we saw some really good stuff from him last night, the 3-ton pluses in a row against Charlie Martin. And he's pretty much continued that today. We haven't seen him having 6 and 9 darts at a double in the last 2 days, and others we still have. So that's where he's sort of turning the games.
Yeah, double-edged sword though, isn't it? Because as good as Devon Peterson's been on his doubles, Adam Lipscombe's missed a few key chances.
Yeah, he has missed a couple of chances, and you say, you know, it's a big final, and it was kind of early doors. This is one here just before the break. A couple of darts at tops, and you can see how his fans felt about that. It was head in hands moment, and you know, Devon doesn't ask for a second opportunity and doesn't need one. So he goes into the break with his tail between his legs. But there was one early doors as well, around sort of 2-1 or something like that. There was a chance, and Adam missed that one as well. And you look at it and go, yeah, he's 6-2 down. But has he converted those 2 chances? He's 4-4. That's how difficult this game is, and that's how the fine margins are, and we do forget that.
Every game that's ever been played under this roof has been played from start to end, no break, no interval. How should each player be using this break now?
Well, I think the break would have probably come at a good time for Adam because, you know, Devon was starting to run away with it again. He'd got a couple of legs and he thought he was getting back in it. And that win of the to go 6-2, perfect break time for Adam. It would favour Adam. If that had stayed out there, I think Devon would have gone on and steamrolled at it. So for me, the break came at a good time for Adam. What they do out the back, just grab a little sip of drink, little practice throw, and try and get your head straight and then come back out.
How big is the task for Adam Lipscombe now? Is it as difficult as it looks at 6-2 behind?
I think if he can come out and win the first leg, he's got the darts, he can come out and win the first leg, then I think maybe he can start some momentum for him. We've seen him go on a run in other games where he went 16, 15, 14, 3 on the trot. If he can come out from the break and do that, he's right back in the game.
Head usually beats heart. Is it going to do it again? You said head, Devon, heart, Lipscombe.
Yeah, my head is still saying Devon from this position, but my heart is saying it wouldn't it be lovely if Adam could get it over the line.
Right, are we going to see a big comeback here? We're going to get a great escape from this local legend in Portsmouth, Adam Lipscombe. The crowd all wait with bated breath, and Scott will rejoin Henry Deacon to talk you to the conclusion of the first ever ADC Global Championship Final.
Thank you, Chris. And so to a finish. The next time these two walk off the stage, one of them will be taking home the trophy. It is Devon Peterson, who has a 4-leg lead, needing just 3 more to become the first ever ADC Global Champion. The tail of the tape is Devon has been just too good for his opponent. 96.2 on the average in comparison to the 87 of Lipscombe. And he has taken more opportunities than his opponent as well. 6 from 10 compared to 2 from 7. And there is one notable change as we head to the concluding part of the final. Simon Rimington, who's done a superb job refereeing this afternoon's championship finals, have departed us. And it is Paul Hinks, a man who's refereed 4 World Championship finals, will referee his first Global Championship final. And Scott, you also make a little bit of history this afternoon. You've now commentated on a PDT World Championship final, played one and commentated on a BDO World Championship final, commentated on a WDF World Championship final, and now commentated on an ADC Global Championship final.
100.
Oh, yes, I have. You're good on your stats, aren't you? Have you been sat on that all day waiting to say that?
Been sat on that for 2 weeks.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, yes, I have. That is an honour, actually. That's a superb honour. Yeah, well, that's a pretty special moment for me, I've got to say.
Well, Peterson has come out the break strongly, carrying on where he left off. And Lipscombe looks as if he's back in the practice room, and he may be back there very shortly if it carries on like this. Double 18 to continue the onslaught. It's an 11 darter for Devon Peterson to break the throw.
10th leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
7 from 11 on the doubles, and he's 2 legs away from the Global Championship title, and he has the darts here to put himself on the hill. And if Adam Lipscombe isn't careful, this final could be over very, very quickly from here.
Yeah, it could, but Adam will stay in there fighting.
100.
No leg in this final has gone over 18 darts, and it was only one that was 18
85.
darts. Everything else, it's two that has been 18 darts. Everything else has been 16 darts
16.
under. This has been real quality.
A fitting finale to what has been a great championship and a great addition to the darting calendar. And Devon Peterson is making one almighty push. It was an 11 darter in the previous leg.
60.
He's left 96 after 9 again to put himself one away. Double 18.
78.
Doesn't go, but he has got the luxury of time.
$100. WK 18.
To move to within a leg of global glory. He's going to split because Lipscombe's not on a finish.
Getting shot on the
Double
10th
eight
leg.
gets him
Devon
leg
Peterson.
number 8. And Devon Peterson knows now he is one leg
11th
away
leg, Adam to throw
from
first.
bagging
Game
the
on.
first ever global championship. He eyed up the trophy last night. He had a little glance over to it now. And for Adam Lipscombe, he has to leave
125.
it all on the line here.
I have to say, from the moment this final started and Devon put his foot on that stage,
60.
the focus of the man has been impeccable.
135.
In one of the biggest games he's ever played in, he is averaging just under a ton.
60.
He's just looked Mr. Confident since the time he stepped up there. It was like he's got to this final and gone, do you know what, I'm getting here. And these chances
59.
you don't get often in your lifetime. And you have to live in the moment, not let the moment own you. And you have to say that he's lived
55.
this moment and is very deserving should he get this over the line. It may not be this leg.
100.
Lipscombe's had a good leg here.
To bring it back to 8-3. All he can do is ask questions of Devon and hope that he falters as the finishing line approaches. That's his 5th max of the final. He's going to get one dart at tops to bring it back to 8-3 and to force Devon Peterson to serve it out.
12 leg Devon to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly, Scott,
100.
the only leg in this final where both players have had a dart and a double was in the last leg before the break. The players that have won legs
60.
have won them comprehensively.
Yeah, very much so. And
$140.
you have to feel for baby boy. It's not that he hasn't done it. It's all about
95.
what Devon has done. It's not about what Lipscombe hasn't.
It's a final that if Devon Peterson wins, Devon Peterson has
85.
won. It's not one that Lipscombe's let slip.
No, not at all. It's been outstanding stuff
95.
from Devon.
So 6 starts for Devon Peterson for global glory. The African warrior
66.
representing his continent has got an opportunity to climb to the global summit now. Adam Lipscombe's
100.
had an incredible
WK
fortnight.
110.
But is this the moment for Devon Peterson? He's going to get a match dart. A double 16.
94.
A match dart has
WK
come and gone.
151.
Not to be. And so Peterson comes back
42.
again.
WK
3 darts,
16.
a double 8 for the title.
Game shot
Devon
under
Peterson
that.
is
And
a
the winner of the
global
2024
superstar.
ADC Global Champion from South Africa, the African Warrior, Devon Peterson.
Devon Peterson from Mitchell's Plain in South Africa climbs to the summit of the Global Championship. Adam Lipscombe, who represented Portsmouth so well, so proudly, who came so close to the title, is defied by that man there, Devon Peterson, who is the inaugural ADC Global Champion.
Fantastic stuff from the African Warrior. Look at that, 98.45. Never really let Lipscombe play at all. He was still there on that 86. Every time he got there, 3 from 8 on the doubles for Lipscombe, 9 from 17, and 52.94% from Devon Peterson. Just an absolute brilliance from Devon Peterson. He picks up the Global Championship of the ADC.
Yeah, fantastic win for Devon Peterson, 9-3 over Adam Lipscombe. And as you can see, he's getting ready to have a little chat downstairs with Henry Deacon. Devon Peterson, the winner. Henry, let's hear from him.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Devon Peterson, many congratulations. The inaugural ADC Global Champion. Just sum up how you feel.
I think in life, I mean, as my tender age of 32 plus VAT, all right, calm down. It's challenging to do many firsts, especially in a sport like this, and to be the inaugural champion. It's been a dream of mine to lift the world title or global title. This is potentially the first of many, but you have to take that step. And I mean, coming this week, it's obviously luck, and then finding yourself in the final, winning that, just carrying on. I mean, it could have changed easily with Shane Hayward playing phenomenally well, and just needing to progress. And Adam Lipscombe, I just got out the blocks, which was the the theme for the week. I just got out the blocks early, and it's fantastic for me to now potentially, when I do lift that trophy, it's going to mean a lot more to the continent of Africa than it is to me. Like, it's a great species, a great trophy, but I think that just what it means for the development, the opportunity, and just what the ADC have now created as a platform for us to have the first global champion as an African is phenomenal.
Let's talk about the final. It felt like the key points of it, you got off to a very quick start, but just before the break, Adam was making some headway. It felt like that 8th leg just before the break was so pivotal. He had an opportunity to make it 5-3. You went in 6-2 up.
Yeah, I mean, Adam stayed in contention every time, and I just made sure that if there was a trebleless visit, I pounced. And I think that every time I pounced, you could feel like it was just a jab. I mean, he's a solid vending machine kind of unit, really, and you're not really going to make any headway. I mean, he's a phenomenal player. He's played loads of times on the stage as well, and he's won obviously the first week, so you know what kind of quality you're going to get. And I was just fortunate enough to be a few darts ahead of him every single time, and that comes with experience. And I mean, I've met Adam this year, and just the kind of player that he is, and just seeing how he's progressed, phenomenal. He's got a great future, and I think this is not the last final he'll be in.
In front of his home people, I know he's done them very proud indeed, but you've done a lot of people proud by what you've just achieved. No player from Africa has won a tournament in front of the cameras with the words World, International, or Global on it. You've broken that threshold.
Yeah, I feel as though like it's still obviously sinking in. Like, for me, I just wanted to make sure that I make Africa proud, and South Africa and Cape Town, and especially my hometown, which is Mitchell's Plain. It's just a lot of the times, I mean, these stages that we take, I mean, we play for our personal glory, and obviously there's financial gain. But for me, having the African Warrior on my back, there's a lot more that comes with it. It's the development aspect. It's looking at the likes of Dartboard Masters, International School Darts League. It's all of these pathways that can change communities' lives and kids' lives in communities that are underserved in Africa. And you look at darts as being an accessible sport. It's now an opportunity to go from garage to grandstand and change your life. I mean, for example, the financial gain that I'll get from this week itself, it can change somebody's life in Africa, and just having that opportunity next year will change somebody else as well.
What will this do for Africa, for darts in Africa? What kind of headlines will this get, and what do you think this will do in terms of inspiring the next generation?
I feel as though it's massive. Number one, it's the first time, I mean, it's the second time Taylor Carolus, and she was world champion as a youth, but it's the first time as an adult, obviously somebody has a global international world before it, and lifting that trophy as an inaugural, it will forever be the first, and it will always be Africa. And I mean, Africa's a major continent that plays in a part, but it doesn't have a big footprint in the sport itself. We're making sure that it makes the headway, and if I'm the leader to do that, and the burning light, that's what I want to do. And I feel as though the likes of Peter Washuri, you look at players in Cape Town and South Africa, which we've seen Cameron Carolus and go against Wessel Nijman the other day, showing exactly the class. Johan Geldenees, top class player, and loads more like Simon Adams that's performed on the stage, and many more, Hilton Klein from Botswana. So you look at all of these elements, and you just want to make sure that the legacy that you leave and the footprints that you leave, everybody that follows that makes a deeper imprint and changes the way Africa sees it.
Finally, I know you don't like talking about yourself too often. However, I want to talk about what this is going to do for you. Devon Peterson, the dart player. First of all, how big is this? Secondly, what kind of springboard could that be going into the future?
I feel as though, like, we know that Q School is almost 3 weeks away. It's been a tormentous kind of last 3 years for me. Like, not a lot of people know about the injury and all the therapy that you have and the psychologist that I have to see as a professional. It's tough because you know exactly how good you can be and how dominant you can be, and when your arm's not working like it should, it's really excruciating just to think about it. The sport that you love is now taken away from you because of an injury, and it's taken time. I've had to work on it, and now for me, I mean, from a personal perspective, that means so much, simply because it's the first global title. I've always said I'm going to win a world championship, and that being a global title, I mean, it's phenomenal for me, and it's just the stepping stone. It might be the last global championship that I ever win. It might be the first one that I ever win. But yeah, I'm always going to give it my 100% all, and just know that, I mean, that for me, ADC will forever be in my heart. And you guys, obviously, in Portsmouth, as phenomenal as you are. Thank you very much for all the support, and it's just been changing. It's changed my life in a way that many people won't understand, is because up and until this point, it's always been like working, learning. I mean, I've stumbled all the way, but I've stumbled my way forward. And if anybody's going through any mental issues, just know that you fail forward, and that's the biggest thing. Every step that you take, it's a failure forward, and you get there in the end.
Well put. Just stay there for a second, Devon. I want to bring onto stage the ADC head of global operations, Scott Hunt, ladies and gentlemen. Well, after 2 weeks of competition, it all comes down to this. Devon, I'll just put you by the back of the board. That'd be fantastic. After 2 weeks of competition, 24 players from 12 nations, it is now time for the presentation. The winner, taking home a cheque of £25,000, but most importantly of all, the title of ADC Global Champion, the African warrior, Devon Peterson!
Well, what a fantastic moment for Devon Peterson. He's had many in his career, but you get the sense, Scott Mitchell, from that reaction that is right up there for him.
Oh, without doubt. And when Scott Hunt handed him the trophy there, the first thing he did was look for South Africa on that trophy and kiss it. So what a moment for him. And what I don't think we can ever know how big an influence he has on a nation. Within the sport of darts, for his nation, he is second to none.
Yeah, he's still delivering a speech to the audience here in Portsmouth. It really has become an important place for him, as he referenced as well. Of course, he's worked with us here in the studio in commentary. He's used this venue to develop his game again. And you mentioned it, you used the phrase earlier, rolling back the years. We are starting to see Devon Peterson finally go on an upward curve, and he's got his hands on a trophy today and a nice bit of money as well. But this is really positive, as he mentioned, ahead of Q School in a few weeks.
Yeah, and he also mentioned some really positive moves, that if you are going to fall and stumble forward. And that's what he keeps thinking. He's always thinking positively. You know, you have to say that going into Q School, he's going to be one of the faves now off the back of this to pick up one of those cards, because he's been absolutely superb in every aspect of the game this week. So, yeah, he's again used the live lounge as so many others before him will, so many others after will, and head off into maybe pastures new off the back of it.
Yeah, and I mean, something has switched, hasn't it? All the hard work seems to have just bared fruit in the last 6 months or so, because there are a few times when he first came here and played, didn't really have great success, but the last time he played in the Super Series, he was much better. And then, of course, at the ADC Global Championship, winning last night, winning again today, we're starting to see signs that Devon Peterson could get back to the player he was.
Yeah, without doubt. You know, he's playing without pain now. He said towards the end of his PDC career, he was playing in a lot of pain. And even if he won a game, then his arm would seize up, and to then go and try and win the next one after it, it was virtually impossible. So he's come through the injury. He's had the op. He's come through the injury, and you doubt whether you're ever going to make it back, is what he told me.
What about him, Scott? Adam Lipscombe. What a campaign he's had. He won on Saturday night last week and made the final this week. It wasn't quite the fairy tale ending, but he's certainly made a name for himself, hasn't he, the last fortnight?
Without doubt, and people will be watching this, and people will have to play him in the future, and they'll remember what he's done this week. And part of the game is creating yourself a reputation. You have to create yourself a reputation of being a good player in big moments, and we've seen that from him. He just didn't quite make it over the line in the last one. But, you know, a couple of weeks ago, he was playing up the road and he lost in the final of the Dog and Duck Open. And he's come here, and he's that type of player. He comes here and gives everything he's got at a bigger event, and he just fell one hurdle short.
Doesn't he show what the ADC is all about? Because I think we have seen, certainly over the course of the last 12 months here in the Super Series and now in the ADC Global Championship, a player that is making small steps every time. And if he carries on that trajectory, then who knows, we might see him on the PDC tier in a few years.
And he's more than young enough as well. You know, he's just into his 30s, and, you know, some of us didn't even make the TV until we were 39, you know. So he's still got years on it, and the fans, these are Lipscombe fans that want pictures with Dev, and it was probably the perfect two to be in the final for the crowd, because I don't think they minded if Devon won it. You know, he's loved by everybody everywhere, and yeah. But for Adam Lipscombe to put his name in folklore from around the area, even though he's runner-up, I think he's done that.
Yeah, you can just see Adam Lipscombe, actually, he was just out of shot there. Devon Peterson walking past him with a trophy. I think Bullseye's back on telly tonight, and that's a bit of here's what you could have won to Adam Lipscombe there. That's Shane Hayward's child alongside him, and that's another good thing about this venue. The Super Series sort of camaraderie has continued into the ADC Global Championship, even with that beautiful trophy and big money on the line.
No, absolutely. You know, money can create anger and greed, but it doesn't seem to here. People are genuinely pleased for one another when they play in this, and if somebody goes and wins it, you know, on a finals week, you know, at the end of the week, most of the guys are still here and will be up there shaking the hand of the winner and congratulating them, because at the end of the day, it's the one thing that everybody else is trying to do. So,
yeah, just doing his little signature dance into the reflection of the trophy there, Devon Peterson. Always a character. Look, darts is a better place with Devon Peterson playing well, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and the top end of the sport do need him back, because when he dropped off there, they did lose a massive character.
Yeah, certainly can. Always entertain everyone. And you mentioned it as well, the majority of the audience in here, Adam Lipscombe fans, he delivered that wonderful interview, almost a speech. He brought out gratitude, really praised them as well. He's just a guy that endears himself to everybody, isn't he?
But it's not something that he ever practices. You can spot a practice speech a mile away. It's just from the heart. It's absolutely from the heart. And it doesn't fail to grab you. It doesn't fail to grab you. His garage to grandstand line, superb.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. That was Simon Remington, of course, one of the chief people at the ADC, their main referee, he's refereed half of the action today with Paul Hinks. Scott Hunt, the head of global operations, getting his photo with the winner. And let's not forget about the opportunity. He's a man who creates opportunities for other people, Devon Peterson. Unfortunately, because another player couldn't get a visa, he got the opportunity and he's taken it today.
Yeah, very much so. And what I love about him, he never thinks that he knows the whole game. You watch him talking to players, even ones that haven't done as much as he have, and he takes a bit from everybody and thinks, actually, yeah, that could work for me. And it may be a player you've never heard of. You may have never heard of him, but he'll sit there and he'll talk to them and give them time and maybe take a little bit off them. And I think while he's still got that in his mind and he's still learning and he still wants to learn, he's still plenty young enough to go on and do big things again.
Yeah, well, let's just relive that winning moment then for Devon Peterson. It's always a great moment for a darts player, isn't it? We'll see that in a moment. There it is. Peterson, well, he was just dominant throughout the final. You never thought he was going to miss, did you?
No, it was a case of not a matter of if, it was when. And you saw what it meant to him. I love the fact he didn't over-celebrate it. You know, that was a big, big moment for him. And, yeah.
Still got the moves.
Hey, that never gets tired, does it? That move never gets tired.
Yeah, you're going to try that one when you're next on the stage?
No, not at all. I'll just take a brush.
Well, yeah, really, everybody appreciated the way he was, gracious in victory. Adam Lipscombe, gracious in defeat in that final as well. Big hug for Paul Hinks, a referee, a legend in his own right as well. Peterson is the champion here at the first ever ADC Global Championship. Let's just remind you of everything that's happened today. It's been a fantastic event. We've seen this extended format, knockout format for the finals. Quarterfinals started with Peterson getting that 6-4 win against Shane Hayward. Let's not forget he was 3-0 behind in that match. Daryl Pilgrim then beat Marvin van Velzen 6-2 before Lipscombe got over the line just against Charlie Martin. Bradley Brooks produced the performance of the day with a 103 average, a 6-1 thrashing of Andy Boulton. Then Peterson really showed his credentials with a 7-3 win over Daryl Pilgrim. Lipscombe got a victory against Brooks, and it meant the top two seeds went head-to-head in the final. What can this mean for both of these players for 2025?
Well, I think because it's the last tournament, basically, for the amateur players, I'll leave it as that, before a lot of them go in to Q School, I think for those two in particular, you know, even though Adam lost it, they go in with confidence. It's just over 3 weeks' time. And I think that they'll have people fearing them off the back that they've done this year. And I don't mind whether they do get cards or if they don't get cards. They're 2025. They're going to start it confidently. The thing with Q School is that, you know, Challenge Tour is the week after. You come out of Q School and go straight back into the Challenge Tour. So then if you can get in that top sort of 10, 8 in the Challenge Tour, you get options to go then up into the Pro Tour when people miss out. So I think that, you know, there's a very good possibility, no matter where they end up, they'll end up in that top 10 in that first weekend of Challenge Tours, and they could end up finding themselves getting sort of promotions to the Pro Tour.
And a fair few players may have watched this event today thinking, well, look, if I might go to Q School, but if I don't get there, I'm going to be entering some ADC competitions next year because this could be me at the end of the season.
You'd be mad not to. You'd be mad not to. There's, even if there aren't sort of vaults in your area, you've now got these set-alone events on weekends, 4 of those a year. You can go to them and get here through that ranking table. So you can treat it like a normal tour. So I think the ADC have sort of got it right, and they're picking up on both ways. You can make it here through playing locally, but also if you haven't got anything local, save yourself 4 weekends a year, get there to those bigger events on weekend, or held on weekends, and get yourself there through the rankings of that.
Yeah, great pathways, as we spoke to Scott Hunt earlier, their head of global operations, to both the Super Series and now this tournament. What have you made of this tournament as a whole? Because the first one is always the most difficult, isn't it? Do you think this will inspire people to try and be here next year?
I think so, because what you have whenever you do anything, it doesn't matter what championship you're in, whether it's on the TV, you've always got somebody at home going, oh, I beat him 3 months ago. Well, if you beat him 3 months ago, you have a very good chance of being there 3 months later and getting yourself on the TV. And I think once you start doing things, my advice to any player would be your sponsors are going to come locally. You've got to play well locally first. And you'll see somebody that's into darts, that's got their own business going, hey, I want to see you against so-and-so. Well, the only way you can do that is with a sponsor. I'll help you out, Nipper. Off you go. And that's how I started. You've got to be good in your own area first, and then you move away from there and then have the desire to want to travel and get to places. And the ADC offers a massive opportunity now and an alternative to what was there before.
Let's not forget as well, a certain Luke Littler was once here as an ADC qualifier last night at the World Championship, producing the best set of darts ever. Look, we'll finish with the person who's lifted the trophy. It remains to be seen who'll be lifting the big one, Alexandra Palace. Don't forget, content 24/7 here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV over the Christmas break. But it ends in style, doesn't it, Scott? Devon Peterson, you have to say he was a deserving champion.
Yeah, a more than deserved champion. He played so well this evening, and his ceiling was really high, and he just set it out there and said, if you're going to get me, come and take me. And unfortunately, nobody had the power to take him right to the end.
Certainly did. Scott, thank you for your company, not just today, but throughout this year. We'll see you next year. We hope to see you next year as well for some more live action. Gets back underway on the 6th of January for the Women's Week. And remember, the darts keep flying here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. But today, at the ADC Global Championship, it was Peterson who prevailed.
Game on the 8th leg.
No such mistake this time. A dart to win the match.
Game
and he
shot.
takes it.
It's the bull. It's bang on cue.
One of the nation.
6th max of the contest. Scrap that, make it 7. It's going to get 2 more here at tops. And Pilgrim progresses to the semi-finals. Double 10. Oh, that's magnificent. It's the madhouse. And finally, Adam Lipscombe is into the semi-finals. That's perfect for another. Double 5. Beautiful. Bradley Brooks goes his traditional way to give himself a clean dart at tops and a clean sweep of Andy Boulton.
Devon Peterson. Daryl Pilgrim. Game
Doesn't miss. This time, it could be Africa, because Devon Peterson is into the final.
Baby boy, Adam Lipscombe. Bradley Brooks. Bam bam.
4-2. Tops is found first dart. Bullseye for the baby boy. Double 8. Adam Lipscombe will play in the Global Championship final.
It's the baby boy, Adam Lipscombe. It's the African warrior, Devon Peterson. Game shot on the 3rd leg.
Double 10,
Game shot on the
5-2.
7th leg.
Game shot on the
Double
10th
8,
leg.
gets him
Devon
leg
Peterson.
number 8. Gonna get 1 dart at tops to
Game
bring it
shot on
back
the
to
11th leg.
8-3.
Game shot
Devon
on the
Peterson
mat.
is
And
a
the winner of the
global
2024 ADC Global Champion from South Africa, the African warrior, Devon Peterson.
The title of ADC Global Champion, the African warrior, Devon Peterson!
Oh, yeah!
On a fourth leg.
Oh, beautiful.
Everything from now is a Welsh accent.
At 8.
1. Fabulous. Oh, thanks for that.
No. Just no.
It was 2, and then a ginger celebrity.
2 for the old Jake from the Tweenies. He's going to weigh me in a minute. Just into that one.
I'm
there,
not an
mate.
aggressive person.
What have you done?
The plan was if nothing wasn't go to plan, we would have just went back to the lives that we had. Oh, you're running around like a madman, and blah, like, yeah, never seen you so happy. I was like, what?
But look at this, George Scapey straight in. Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God!
Calm down a little bit just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker!
Yes, you beauty!
Whoops.
180.
Oh. It is number 3 for the week.
Johan Brouwer.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.